T-minus 25 seconds.
Status check.
Go Atlas. Go Centaur.
Go Starliner.
The next flight we take, we actually launch into the heavens and we leave this planet.
It's an amazing place to be because you know the heritage of what it means. This is only a handful of spacefaring nations on the globe, and you're in a nation that is one of them.
2, 1, and liftoff. The rise of Starliner.
And liftoff. Starliner is headed back to space on the shoulders of Atlas.
This represents another big leap into low Earth orbit because it's the second provider, the second platform that the United States and its partners will have.
We're thinking about this for not only our flight, but for the flight of Starliner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody who's going to come behind us and fly the spacecraft. We want to make it as best as possible.
Good morning. You're now looking at a live shot of an Atlas V rocket at the heart of Space Launch Complex 41 here at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. In less than 4.5 hours, NASA, United Launch Alliance, and Boeing will once again attempt to launch the CST-100 Starliner spacecraft to begin its journey to the International Space Station. Starliner will become just the 6th spacecraft approved to carry NASA astronauts into orbit. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the CFT mission from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Will Robinson-Smith. So good to have you with us, and it is going to be a very busy morning, which is why we're joining you at T-minus 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 4 seconds before liftoff. There's lots to talk about with this mission, and we're going to be with you for every step of the way. So sit back as we learn more about the crew, the mission they're about to embark on, the vehicle they're riding on, and of course, the spacecraft, which is preparing to ferry astronauts to the ISS for the very first time. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to Spaceflight Now here on YouTube. Click that like button to allow more folks to find this live coverage, and let's get started. We have lots to talk about, and so sit back, relax, and enjoy the commentary, and we'll be back with you with much more on the other side of this. And hello once again for those who may now just be joining us. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. You're watching our live coverage of the CST-100 Starliner's crew flight test, a mission to ferry astronauts Butch, Wilmore, and Suni Williams up to the International Space Station. Testing out some of the manual operations of the Starliner spacecraft for the very first time. Now this will be the 3rd time that Starliner takes to the skies, and if successful, will be just the 2nd time that it rendezvous and docks with the International Space Station following the 2nd orbital flight test back in 2022. As we mentioned at the top, there's quite a bit to cover in the next 4 hours and 15 minutes and some change. So let's continue on. Currently at L minus 4 hours, 15 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. The T-minus clock stands at T-minus 15 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. The reason for the difference between the two times, the T-minus clock is the terminal count that is more in correlation with the Atlas V rocket that is launching the mission today. The L- clock is the launch countdown itself. And so once we hit T-4 minutes, the terminal count will go into a planned 4-hour hold as the focus shifts from the fueling of the Atlas V rocket to making sure that the crew is able to get suited up and then safely on board the Starliner vehicle. Taking a look now at that difference between the T- clock in the upper right hand corner that I was just mentioning and the L- clock that you see here on the big clock at the press site. Again, in just about 10 minutes from now, we'll enter into a planned hold at T-4 minutes. And that hold will last until the astronauts are on board the Starliner spacecraft, the hatch is closed, and they are ready to get into the final terminal count. Of course, for those who were here with us for the last launch attempt of Starliner on the CFT mission, it was just coming out of that 4-minute hold about 10 seconds later when they ran into an issue with the ground sequencer. That issue has since been resolved, and we'll hear a little bit more from ULA President and CEO Tori Bruno about that little hiccup a little bit later in the broadcast. But for now, let's turn to the countdown timeline as we're progressing through the mission today. Want to let you know about some of the milestones that we're looking at coming up. Countdown actually begins well in advance of the operations you see today at L-24 hours when they conduct the L-1 day weather and systems brief. That's followed up at L-19 hours and 55 minutes when they perform a comm systems activation and checkout. Fast forward to in the overnight hours tonight at L-6 hours. At T-2 hours and counting, the fueling of the Atlas V rocket began, overlapping slightly with the conclusion of the fueling process. NASA astronauts Butch, Wilmore, and Suni Williams will begin the suit-up process at the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building here at the Kennedy Space Center. It starts at L-4 hours and 25 minutes. 20 minutes later, fueling concludes on the Atlas V rocket, and then a minute after that, we enter into what I mentioned before, the planned hold at T-4 minutes. At L-3 hours and 20 minutes, the astronauts will head into the Astrovan and take the ride out to Space Launch Complex 41, where they will be preparing mentally to get into the Starliner spacecraft. And if the plan still holds from the last time, they will be enjoying the entertainment of probably a montage from Top Gun Maverick, was what we were told they wanted to watch and really get into the mindset of as they progress. Both Butch and Suni have extensive experience as test pilots. At L-2 hours and 50 minutes, the crew will arrive at level 12, the crew access tower point, where you see the crew access arm extend out to the Starliner spacecraft, and then the boarding process begins. At L-1 hour and 10 minutes, the hatch will be closed. They will conduct leak checks to make sure that there is no FOD or foreign object debris that is possibly creating a issue with the seal on the hatch. They will check the cabin pressure at L-50 minutes, and then they will do crew comm checks at L-35 minutes. And at that point, the blue team will leave the pad area. We'll talk more about the blue team in a little bit. At L minus 22 minutes, the flight director will conduct a go-no-go poll to step into the terminal count. At L minus 20 minutes, the crew visors are configured for launch. Essentially, that means Butch and Suni will be lowering their visors and zipping them up, preparing them for liftoff 20 minutes thereafter. At L minus 18 minutes, the Starliner poll for terminal count will be conducted. That's followed up at L minus 15 when Starliner switches over, or excuse me, at the same time Starliner switches over to internal power. And then in L minus 15, they will sync the countdown nets. Crew access arm will be retracted 11 minutes before liftoff. And at L minus 7, the Atlas V poll for terminal count will be conducted. Same thing happens for Starliner being configured for that terminal count. L minus 5 minutes. Starliner is configured for its ascent profile. And then we hit the T minus 4 minute mark when both the L minus clock and the T minus clock come into sync. We're able to move forward with that terminal count. Coming up to the moment of truth at T minus 2.7 seconds, the RD-180 engine at the base of the Atlas V rocket will ignite. And we'll see a liftoff of the Atlas V with Butch and Suni at the pointy end, as Butch would say, at T plus 1 minute, 1.1 seconds. And so it is going to be a busy morning over the next 4 hours and some change. Crew will have just conducted a weather briefing about 7 or so minutes ago. Coming into the launch attempt today, the weather forecast looked pretty ideal, with the 45th Weather Squadron forecasting a 90% chance of favorable weather with just a couple of cumulus clouds as the only weather watch item today. Now L minus 4 hours, 6 minutes, 36 seconds and counting. See one of the helicopter assets passing just to the right of the frame. It is a beautiful morning for a launch today here at the Kennedy Space Center. And as we are preparing for the mission, let's go ahead and introduce you to the crew that's going to be flying the Starliner CFT mission. First up is the commander, who you see seated here doing a suit checkout some time ago. This is Barry Butch Wilmore. He's a veteran of 2 space flights, has racked up 178 days in space. Previous NASA experience included flying as a member of STS-129 between November 16th and the 29th of 2009 on the 31st shuttle flight to the ISS. He was also a member of Expedition 41/42 between September 25th, 2014 and March 12th, 2015. An experienced test pilot in his own right, Butch Wilmore has accumulated more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings. Its most recent operational deployment was back aboard the USS Eisenhower with the Blue Blasters of Strike Fighter Squadron 34. Was his final combat mission. And as Butch awaits his first flight aboard the Starliner spacecraft, we had the chance to sit down with him at the Johnson Space Center to hear more about the mission in his own words. Let's hear now part of our conversation with Butch Wilmore. Looking forward to his flight aboard the CFT mission. Having spent as much of your career as you have testing out new aircraft and coupling that with your spaceflight experience, does preparing for CFT more feel like just another test mission, or does it have an extra je ne sais quoi because it's going to space?
Absolutely it does. Yes. I mean, this is, like I said, the first flight of this spacecraft, and this has not been training. People say, how's your training going? Well, we're not training. We are development. It's some experimental, operational development process, testing, evaluating. Every time I'm in the sim, even when it is a training evolution for us and the ground and our interaction, mission control and our interaction, it's a test. I'm evaluating every single, because there's different failures that we'll put into the simulator to test us and the ground, but I'm testing the systems and making sure that things are right as far as assessing all of that. So everything we do has that test mentality, that evaluation component. And that's what this whole process has been from the beginning, and it will be until we hit the deck and somewhere out in the western United States.
2.2 and work. All right. So,
and that was part of our conversation with Butch Wilmore. We'll be hearing more from that interview a little bit later on. We're now L-4 hours, 2 minutes, 36 seconds and counting. We've also entered the planned T-minus 4 minute hold.
I wanted to see if I can get all the way. As soon as I'm coming out of the seat, I got to come off both.
Yeah. If you want,
unless I want to reroute.
and if you want,
And I stated it's hard to hear. I said I'm coming off on.
yeah.
You probably didn't hear it.
Yeah, there is a red.
With the visor down, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
See, the hold is in place on the clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, because I said,
The L-minus clock will continue to tick on. That is the continuously moving countdown timeline towards the launch of the Atlas V rocket liftoff of the mission. We will continue to stay in that T-minus 4 minute hold from now until L-minus 4 minutes, when the two clocks will come into sync. And we'll
Y'all are going to hand me that out? Yep.
415 pounds.
Verified.
Suspend HB charging.
Roger.
Now taking a look at the Atlas V rocket here that will support the CFT mission. Starliner spacecraft up top. Just a second or so ago, we're seeing inside the Neil Armstrong
Flick.
Operations and Checkout building,
CSC 100 commanding
where
is
NASA
transferred to
astronauts
the
Butch, Wilmore, and
NCC,
Suni
and
Williams
they're
getting
starting
into their flight
RF
suits
activation.
in preparation for their trip to the pad and to be able to enter into that Starliner spacecraft. Coming up in just a couple of moments here, we're actually going to have a live interview with a member of the commercial crew program talking about this particular flight, the program overall, and the importance of having what NASA describes as a dissimilar redundancy with both the Starliner and the SpaceX Crew Dragon able to shuttle astronauts to and from the International Space Station. So stand by. We'll be back with you in just a few moments with that live interview.
Blue team arriving at MRAP vehicles. Roger. Arm control, LC. Arm control. Verify CAT environment acceptable for personnel entry. Verified. Has gas, LC. Go ahead. Verify CAT and launch vehicle has gas readings are acceptable for personnel entry.
Verified.
In Slick, LC, Channel 1.
And good morning. Welcome as we continue our live coverage of the Starliner crew flight test. The first time that the Starliner spacecraft will carry the astronauts that you see here just off screen. You see NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore in the foreground. He's the commander of the mission. Pilot Suni Williams just beyond him as they are in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, getting suited up, going through some leak checks of their flight suits before they get into the Astrovan and head on down to Pad 41 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And fortunately at this point, as I teased just a moment ago, we are joined by a member of the commercial crew program, Alex Sokol, who has been with Shuttle. You've been with the launch service program. You've had a long time with a lot of different cookie jars, and we're glad to have you with us on such an important morning.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Yep. So just going through a bit of your chronology, having spent time with Shuttle and with LSP, what's it like taking that knowledge into the commercial crew program, and why was this a role and part of the portfolio that you wanted to tackle?
Oh, well, I mean, it was a perfect fit when you think about it, because I spent 9 years on the Space Shuttle program, so deeply involved and embedded with human spaceflight. And then during my time with Launch Services program, spent a lot of time working on the Atlas V missions, the science missions we launched all over the place, the Mars rover mission, the Lucy mission, Solar Orbiter, and lots of Earth observing missions. So taking the experience from working in human spaceflight and working with the Atlas V in commercial crew here with the Starliner missions, we're putting those together and flying the Atlas V with humans on board. So it was a perfect fit for me.
And just by happy coincidence of timing, of course, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe one of the last LSP missions you worked was GOES-T, right? Mm-hmm. And now we're watching GOES-U get ready in the clean room, preparing to launch. It's a busy time for NASA right now.
Oh, absolutely. All the programs are working all the time. There's always processing happening. There's always, we're happy to see you folks out here covering it for us, because there's always activity going on. It's an exciting time to be in the space program.
And so this mission is going to be capturing what NASA describes as that dissimilar redundancy, to have Starliner working alongside the Crew Dragon. In addition to sort of just establishing that capability, what are you and the Commercial Crew Program Office most looking forward to, getting into this mission?
Well, this is one of the last steps for officially certifying the Starliner and Atlas V combination to be a certified human spaceflight system. So when we take the data that we get from this flight and everything that we learn from it, then we can take that and move forward and go into full operations, so that we can fly missions with Dragon, fly missions with Starliner, and have two providers being able to transport our astronauts to the space station.
And I know, obviously, it's still a little ways before the space station enters its retirement phase, but I imagine the CCP office is already starting to have internal conversations about, life after station, what these contracts look like. What is that thinking at this point? What are those conversations like, as you look at some of the commercial destinations and the role that Starliner and Dragon may play in the future?
Well, there's a lot of talk about that, but right now our team's really focused on the mission at hand. We got to focus on what's right in front of us. And, there are folks that are going to talk that long term, but right now we're staying focused here, and we have several missions lined up for Starliner, and then, of course, the SpaceX team will have their missions as well. So we're going to make sure we do those safely first, and we'll get to the other ones later on.
And of course, Butch and Suni will be taking the stick, as they would say, and doing some manual checkouts of Starliner. Is there a certain point in the mission or a certain part of the profile that you're most looking forward to seeing them execute during this whole operation?
Well, since I primarily focus on the launch vehicle side, the rocket side, I'm focused most on the first and second stage operating nominally, and then good separation to get the spacecraft up to orbit and let them handle it from there. Once we clear that section of it, then I can take a breather, and then I'll watch and cheer them on from there.
Gotcha. And you're going to be heading on console in just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Last question, just, what is it like being in the room as the countdown happens? This is the third bite at the apple on this, so I'm sure everyone is excited but focused at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. We come in with our game faces on. We know it's a test flight, and even if it weren't a test flight, it's still a space flight, and it's a space flight with humans on board. So, things come up, and we're going to look at the vehicle's going to talk to us. We're going to look at that data, and we're going to decide if things are good today, and if they're good today, we'll fly, and if they're not good today, we'll stand down and take our time to understand the issues. Suni keeps talking to us about how there's nothing magical about a specific day. There was nothing magical about May 6th. There was nothing magical about June 1st. There's nothing magical about today. It's when the vehicle is ready and the vehicle is safe. That's when we're going to fly.
I suppose it will be magical on the other side of liftoff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's always a magical feeling when when it gets going and off they go.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. And of course, we have much more to talk about as we're L-3 hours, 49 minutes, 41 seconds before liftoff. So we'll be right back with you with much more commentary on the other side of this quick break.
Arrived on level 12. Roger.
Com check channel 1.
Loud and clear.
This is Blue Team Lead per step 100, white room toxic. Blue Team has arrived at CAT level 12 performing white room toxic, vapor, and O2 checks.
Roger.
We're now L-3 hours, 46 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to Andy Sokol for spending part of his morning before he hops on console, talking with us about his role in the commercial crew program and the importance of adding Starliner spacecraft to this program and the ability to fly astronauts to and from the International Space Station. Taking a look back at the suit-up room, the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Mission Commander Butch Wilmore there on the left, pilot Suni Williams on the right. Prior to our interview with Andy Sokol, we were talking about Butch Wilmore, his past and his
Go ahead.
role in this
White room
mission.
toxic vapor and O2 checks are acceptable. Proceeding with white room configuration.
Roger.
LC Flight Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, confirm ready for hold call authority comm check 2 minutes early.
Proceed.
Okay, stand by for voice loop reconfiguration.
Again, the live shot you're seeing there on the right-hand side of your screen is the Atlas V rocket. Their ticket to ride as they get ready to lift off in now less than 4 hours inside the Starliner spacecraft.
LC, SMD, Channel 1 with a comm check. How do you hear me?
The gentleman that you're seeing talking to the astronauts is the chief of the astronaut office, that is Joe Akaba.
LC Flight, comm check on air-to-ground 1.
I have you loud and clear on Channel 1.
Copy. I have you loud and clear on CST air-to-ground 1. Please hold call authority comm check.
Roger. Roger. I'm check on 1. Loud and clear.
Currently L-3 hours, 42 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. In just a couple of minutes, we're expecting the blue team to arrive at the crew access tower on level 12. That is, of course, the top level where the crew access arm extends out into the white room connecting to the Starliner spacecraft. And they will start getting that ready in anticipation of the arrival of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, who you see here on your screen, and pilot Suni Williams.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Go ahead.
First step 120, white room is configured for CST 100 access.
Roger. Flick LC, Channel 1.
Flick.
Proceed with CST 100, hatch operations and entry.
Roger.
We're now L-3 hours, 40 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. As you heard there over the loop, they are configuring the white room in preparation for Butch and Suni. We introduce you little bit to Butch Wilmore. Let's talk about pilot Suni Williams, who's just off screen in the shot you're seeing right here. She was selected by the Astronaut Office for the class of 1998. And like her fellow crew member, Butch Wilmore, she is a veteran of 2 space missions. She flew as a member of Expedition 14/15 between December 9th, 2006 and June 22nd, 2007. And then again on Expedition 32/33, July 14th to November 18th, 2012. Suni also selected the 0G indicator that will be used on the CFT mission. It is a sparkly stuffed narwhal. It signifies Suni's love of the ocean. And also, like Commander Butch Wilmore, she is also a seasoned test pilot. And is experienced flying helicopters as opposed to types of planes that Butch was flying. So as we prepare to see Suni Williams take the pilot seat for this mission, let's go ahead and listen into a little bit of our interview with Suni. We conducted alongside our conversation with Butch Wilmore when we visited the Johnson Space Center a little bit earlier this year. So here's part of our conversation with Suni Williams.
We had not flown together. We've known each other for a long time, so respect was always there. But I think you build the trust with each other when you get stuck in a spacecraft together or go do a spacewalk. You know, those types of things are very memorable and important aspects of your life, right? So we jumped into those roles, and it takes a while, right, to make sure that you know the roles and responsibilities. Because of course we stumbled over each other a couple times, like, wait, I got that, or you got that, or whatever. And we've sort of settled into our roles in the spacecraft. And it's really good now. It's really, really good. And to the point that, like, he was doing something at one point in time, and we were waiting for the ground to say something. He had his hand going, and I held his hand for a second. I said, wait a minute. And then he's done the same thing when I'm, like, toggling on the display and about to hit the enter button. He's like, wait a minute. And it's not like we're annoying each other. We're appreciating that the other person has the moment in time to look after both of us. And so I think we've grown into the right roles in working together really, really symbiotically.
And again, that was part of our conversation with Suni Williams, and we'll revisit these chats from the Johnson Space Center, as well as some of our chance to check out that capsule that you're seeing them enter here in this B-roll. This is a flight mock-up of the Starliner spacecraft, just one of the training tools that Butch and Suni have been using over the last couple of years to get ready for this all-important CFT mission. Currently L minus 3 hours, 36 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. Butch and Suni have been going through the suit checkout process as they're preparing for their departure, heading out to Space Launch Complex 41 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Taking a look here, this is the blue team. The A team of the blue team in the suit up room, or in the white room. We were just looking at the suit up room, but this will be Butch and Suni's final stop before they head on into the Starliner spacecraft. You see there, the hatch is open, and they are getting things ready for Butch and Suni to make their way on out there in just a little bit. Crew will depart for the pad at L minus 3 hours and 20 minutes, so we've still got about 15 minutes or so before they head out. In the last few minutes before they do get on the Astrovan and make the cruise out to the pad, they will, of course, come out and say their final farewell to their families and friends. Nice little moment with, of course, some social distancing to make sure that they preserve the quarantine that they've been in. As we've been seeing Butch and Suni here in the checkout room, I want to go ahead and take some time to talk about the suits that they're wearing themselves. While we were at the Johnson Space Center, we were able to speak with one of the suit technicians who's helped Butch and Suni and the development of these suits over the course of years through trial and iteration. As we take a look at the rocket here, the Atlas V, that will carry Butch and Suni to space, let's go ahead and listen in to our learnings about the flight suits that will keep them safe during launch, ascent, docking, and of course, the landing process.
Another key piece of the development pie are the spacesuits that Butch and Suni will be wearing during launch and docking operations. Boeing calls them Ascent Entry Suits, or AES, and they come in a range of sizes, from extra small to extra large, to fit a wide range of astronauts.
Part of the training, of course, is going through the suit-up process. Part of that involves the gloves themselves. These are specially sized, and there are 10 different varieties of these gloves that are available, ranging from 1 to 10, and some of the sizing differences are dependent on your finger length, finger width, and of course, dealing with the palm itself. It has this separate latching mechanism once you're in the suit, so once you've pinched it together, and you can see it a little bit easier when you've got an arm attached to it. That'll let you know that you've got a good tight seal on the glove. But these are designed to be especially dexterous, and they've got special interface so that the astronauts, when they're suited up in their spacesuits in flight, they're able to interact with Samsung tablets throughout the flight process.
Tori Wills-Pedrati, the Starliner spacesuit lead, walked us through some of the major features of the spacesuits, using an extra small suit as an example. On average, the basic suit weighs between 15 and 20 pounds.
This layer that you see here is called a bladder. So this is actually what inflates interior to the suit, and what will seal for the astronaut in case we need to pressurize. Each AES is paired with boots. These come in 10 different sizes, and were developed with the San Antonio Shoe Company. This suit uses a plastic tooth zipper that allows for pressurization because of how the teeth fit together. So the teeth will lock like a zipper would normally on your jacket, but there are double rows of teeth that allow it to lock and interlock to allow for pressurization. This is a waist entry suit, so the astronaut will actually put the suit on like a pair of pants, and then pull into the top, swim into it like you would go into a sweater. There are 2 zippers on this suit. One here at the waist, which is our waist entry zipper, and then one at the helmet, which we call either the helmet zipper or the visor zipper. So this piece here, polycarbonate, is the visor. It allows the crew member to have a wide range of view while in the vehicle. Typically, the visor zipper is open, and the crew is able to have their visors off. They only don their visor and zip it up during dynamic phases of flight, such as launch, through most of ascent, launch and ascent, docking with station, undock with station, and then re-entry to landing.
And so that was a little tour of the flight suits that Butch and Suni will be wearing, again, during those various phases of flight. Taking a live look now outside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. See the gentleman on your left in the suit in the center of your screen. That is ULA President and CEO Tory Bruno. Of course, his Atlas V rocket will be the vehicle carrying Butch and Suni on their way to the International Space Station, flying essentially a just under orbital trajectory. This is done in order to create the safest flight profile for Butch and Suni and allow for the maximum opportunities for abort if necessary. Currently L minus 3 hours, 29 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. As this was the third time that Butch and Suni will be attempting to launch for the crew flight test. Seems like things are moving slightly ahead of schedule. They forewent the card game.
Houston had com check on air-to-ground 1.
Butch and Suni coming down the hall with the roses that we've seen them hand out for the last 2 launch attempts to the team that have been supporting them in the crew quarters here. Looks like they've switched things up a little bit, gone from red to white or a pale yellow.
Houston had com check on air-to-ground 1.
That is Houston, loud and clear, air-to-ground 1.
Copy, I'd be louder there as well. Thank you.
The crew now in the elevator, and down they go. We should see them stepping out of the building in just a few minutes here. As we look at the NASA Meatball logo just outside the building, you're seeing a whole host of mission patches from flights prior. Of course, this crew flight test mission patch will be added among them. Hopefully, after today, when this mission begins. Currently at L minus 3 hours, 25 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. We're expecting the crew to walk through those doors in the next couple of minutes. Before they do, though, just want to introduce you to the folks that they'll be greeting once they arrive at the pad. This is the blue team, the A team of the blue team to be specific. They rotate mission operations with the B team. This crew comes on board between L-32 to 24 hours and start to get things ready before the Atlas V and the Starliner spacecraft are powered up. They get things organized. They check the stored equipment. And then they will exit and hand things over to the B team. The B team handles things from L-24 hours to L-12 hours. They help ensure clear communication with Boeing Mission Control Center in Houston, as well as the International Space Station. Within the Starliner crew cabin, they also check the position of more than 50 switches, and then they close the hatch of the Starliner spacecraft before cryogenic fueling of the Atlas V kicks on. And then things are handed back over to the A team. L-12 hours to 4 hours. Of course, in the latter part of that window, the A team is not at the pad while the rocket is fueling. But then they are preparing things for the duo you see here on your screen, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. And it looks like Butch acting like he's at a ball game, tossing out patches like he's got a t-shirt cannon. Again, this is one of the final moments that Butch and Suni will have to say goodbye to their families and friends in person. Say a few last-minute words. You see some mission patches still being tossed up. Another member of the astronaut office. There you see ULA President Tory Bruno with the yellow tie just to his left, our right in the frame. Is behind the gentleman with the ball cap right now, but we see NASA Administrator Bill Nelson out there as well. From this vantage point, he's got that blue shirt, and I believe to his left is Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. She was just with the Artemis II astronauts up in Washington, D.C., planting a tree from one of the seeds that was flown aboard the Artemis I mission. The woman you see there in front of the Astro van with the black mask and the black blazer, blue shirt, she is the Boeing astronaut liaison, one of the people on the Boeing side with whom the astronauts work most closely. Looks like the crew saying some final words to NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and Tory Bruno and some of the other dignitaries that are just off screen on the right-hand side. You can see them now here in the foreground. A lot of folks with Boeing, ULA, and of course NASA eager to see this mission move forward. And there you see Administrator Nelson there, Pam Melroy, as it looks like from the back. I'm seeing her side profile. We can confirm that is Pam Melroy and Tory Bruno. Getting a good laugh from Butch Wilmore. Certainly knows how to bring the levity. Same with Suni Williams. You notice the white film, that little black casing around their helmets, that is protection so that their helmets don't get scratched while they're making their way out to the pad and while they've been going through the suit-up process. One last thumbs up, and it's all aboard the Astro van. One last tug from Suni, and then we'll see the primary driver of the Astro van as well as the backup driver get into those front seats, begin to make their way out to the pad. Doors closed about 30 seconds before they head off and on their way. Timeline continues to run smoothly for this mission. Currently L minus 3 hours, 20 minutes and counting. You see the license plate on the back, Ride to Space. And this ride to space is now off to the races. What Butch and Suni are hoping will be their last big ground trip before launching within the Starliner spacecraft atop the Atlas V rocket. This will be the 100th Atlas V to launch when the mission moves forward.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
Crew transport convoy is en route to LC-41. Estimated arrival at the roadblock is at L minus 307.
Roger. OSM, LC.
OSM.
Crew transport convoy is en route to pad. Permit entry into FHA.
Roger.
As you see here, the convoy is making its way over to the pad. They'll be turning onto State Road 3 momentarily. Taking a look at the helicopter view of the Astrovan as it makes its way up to Space Launch Complex 41. As they're making their way down the road, let's go ahead and talk about their path once they are off to where they don't need roads anymore. Talking about the Ascent flight once the rocket leaves the pad. This is what we're looking for following the launch of the Atlas V rocket.
The mission itself is being overseen through various flight control directors. They are NASA employees who Boeing contracted for various stages in flight. Kelly Beck is the mission operations manager, and Jennifer Hammond is the mission operations manager for the space station. As we break down the mission profile, we'll introduce you to some more of the flight directors overseeing the various stages of the CFT mission. Launch begins with the liftoff of the Atlas V rocket at Space Launch Complex 41. 12 seconds into flight, the vehicle will roll to line up Starliner with its target orbit and move Butch and Suni into a heads-up position. The Atlas V will reach max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the rocket, about 45 seconds into the ascent. The RD-180 engine on the Atlas booster will throttle up at T plus 1 minute and 7 seconds. That's followed by the conclusion of the solid rocket booster burn at T plus 1 minute and 33 seconds. The SRBs separate from the booster about a minute later. The Atlas booster will continue for another 2 minutes before booster engine cutoff or BECO, and then the booster separation happens about 6 seconds after that. The Ascent cover at the top of the Starliner is jettisoned at about the same time as well. 2 RL-10A4-2 engines on the Centaur upper stage ignite at T plus 4 minutes and 48 seconds, and the aeroskirt is jettisoned just after the 5-minute mark. The Centaur upper stage will continue its burn until nearly 12 minutes after liftoff. The Starliner spacecraft separates from Centaur about 15 minutes into flight. Finally, Starliner will conduct the orbital insertion burn at about 31 minutes after liftoff. Mike Lammers is the flight director for Ascent and Entry.
What's really kind of cool about Starliner is that it's very much a kind of a pilot's spacecraft, right? So it's really maneuverable. I mean, I'm sure folks have given you some of the technical details, but there's close to 50 reaction control and orbital maneuvering jets on it. And and there's a stick. And what's really cool about it is when you have astronauts that are pilots, they really gravitate towards using it.
And our thanks to Mike Lammers for talking with us, along with some of the other flight directors at the Johnson Space Center, giving us a good overview of the ascent into docking and then landing. Currently L minus 3 hours, 14 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. The process of getting the astronauts out to the pad continues to move smoothly this morning. It's a slow and steady process getting them out to the pad. Of course, speed limit on that particular road that they're cruising on right now is about 55 miles per hour. One of the important figures in this mission who you don't see on your screen and you actually likely won't see today, but you may hear his voice at some point later on in the count, is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Josh Kutryk. He will be the mission specialist on the first full crew rotation mission of the Starliner spacecraft, Starliner 1, set to launch no earlier than spring of 2025 once CFT wraps up and they go through a data review and certification. We'll listen to our interview with him in just a second, but as a point of note where the vehicle is traveling, it is about to cruise past the vehicle assembly building coming up to the left of the spacecraft. You'll see here they'll pull out into a wide shot. And you see the historic VAB there in the background, another helicopter capturing the moment from its vantage point, looking at a camera view from OSB-2. And just off to the right there, as the framing readjusts, see some folks waving some American flags and waving off Butch and Suni to have a good mission. We're waving here from the press side as well. Just out of frame now on the right-hand side, though, you saw a couple of Starship tower segments, as well as the elevator system and two of the chopsticks that'll be used for the second Starship tower down at Starbase in South Texas, which is actually where our launch photographers currently are, which is why I haven't mentioned them in the broadcast right now, because they're off and busy down at Starbase. We'll be joined this morning here at the press site. Oh, actually, great that they're sticking with, well, just for a second you saw the chopstick there on the right-hand side of your screen. That was that large black metal object. That was one half of the chopsticks that will ultimately be used to catch the super heavy booster. And actually right now it's being used to raise Ship 29 to stack on top of Booster 11. This is in preparation for a launch attempt no earlier than tomorrow. SpaceX is targeting a launch window between starting at 7 a.m. It lasts 120 minutes or 2 hours. So 7 to 9 a.m. Central, 8 to 10 Eastern. And of course, our live launch coverage will kick off early tomorrow morning. We'll have much more to say with some great guests to talk about the Starship program, the progress of this rocket getting to Flight 4, the milestones that they're hoping to accomplish, as well as what NASA is hoping to see from this program as well. We actually had the opportunity to speak last week with Lisa Watson-Morgan, who is the head of the Human Landing System program. Of course, Starship will be used as the lander for the Artemis 3 and 4 missions. And so we talked about the progress from the HLS perspective of Starship, some of the milestones that they're tracking with that vehicle up to now, and what they're hoping to see throughout the rest of the year. So, and actually from this vantage point, go to the wide shot here. You can see just off the horizon those two tower segments I was mentioning, dead in the middle of the screen. If you look at the Astrovan and bring your eyes straight up to the top of your screen, now just out of frame, those are those tower segments I was mentioning. Of course, we'll have much more on Starship tomorrow, but let's go ahead and keep our focus here on Starliner as the Astrovan continues to make its way out to Pad 41 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. As mentioned, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Josh Kutryk will be one of the mission specialists on Starliner 1, serving as Capcom for today's mission. Heading into the first flight attempt, actually the day of the first flight attempt, we were able to speak virtually with Josh Kutryk as he was preparing to get on console in support of the Starliner CFT mission flight attempt number 1. And so as we continue to watch the progress of the Astrovan here, let's go ahead and listen to our conversation with Josh Kutryk, Canadian Space Agency.
Obviously, it's a very busy time for you and the CSA team, so really appreciate you taking some time to talk with us. In the run-up to this mission, of course, you know, for those who are going to be watching this and may not know, you are going to be serving on the Starliner 1 team, but importantly today, you are the Capcom for both launch and then eventually re-entry when the capsule comes back. In the process of training for this mission and in this role, you know, what's it been like, you know, working with Butch and Suni, and just, you know, for you yourself learning more about Starliner?
It's been an exciting ride, and I'm very grateful for the experience. I would say personally, getting to work with this team, Butch, Suni, and the huge engineering technical team behind them all at Mission Control has been a wonderful experience, a very fulfilling experience. From the point of view of technical knowledge, it's been really good for learning about how we do this, which is build new spacecraft, test fly the spacecraft, put them into orbit, and eventually get them operational. So from a personal point of view, you know, combined with my past, I was a test pilot, this is what I'm passionate about. It's been wonderful. Of course, it's also on a bigger scale, it's really important to NASA and its partners like the Canadian Space Agency that we get it right. It's hard. There's a lot of risk involved. This represents another sort of big leap into low Earth orbit because it's the second provider, the second platform that the United States and its partners will have. So it's been a long road, a serious one. And it's important that we get it right. So certainly this evening, I think you'll see there'll be a tone of seriousness, at least until the vehicle's into orbit.
Well, in sort of breaking down what your role in this is going to look like, I believe you joined as Capcom for this mission back in 2021. For those who are not super familiar with what exactly that means once you're on console, what is the role of Capcom, especially in this particular operation?
So Capcom comes from the Apollo days in terms of an acronym. It stands for Capsule Communicator, but it's the position that serves as the direct link between the crew and the vehicle and all of the support. These vehicles are flown from here in Houston, Mission Control Center, Houston. And a good way to think about it is they're immensely complex. They're streaming thousands and thousands of parameters down every second during the whole launch, the whole mission. And it falls to a team here in Houston to take that data all in, analyze it real time, and make decisions about where we've been and where we need to go. So the way it's set up is we have a room here, we call it the front room, and in that room tonight will be the prime flight control team. It's about 15 consoles of individuals who are absolute experts in different Starliner systems. I have one of those consoles as the Capcom. But really in that room, we're supported by other rooms across Johnson Space Center here of engineering people, technical folks who are supporting us and feeding us information, digesting the data as it comes down on the loops into the building here in Houston.
And just, staying on the point of the integrated teams, we had the opportunity to visit JSC earlier in this year and meet with some of the flight directors that, of course, you'll be working with and through and distilling that information onto Butch and Suni. I wonder if you could just take a step back and talk about the years that you've been in the Starliner program, what it's been like working with that team, working through the lessons learned from OFT to OFT2, and now, of course, with the first crew flight test.
It's been a very fulfilling journey and one that's important to NASA because it brings on new capability. It's been a long road and not an easy road, but then again, we wouldn't necessarily expect it to be so. Starliner is a next generation spacecraft. We've developed along the way next generation technology that we're using on this, that we're going to be using tonight. It can do things that other spacecraft can't do. The most obvious example is that we're going to land it on land, and we can, in theory, choose where we land it on land. It has a lot of control modes everywhere between full autonomous and complete pilot in the loop that allow for future capability, future potential applications, allow for a lot of flexibility in contingency cases. It has an artificial vision system that is pretty noteworthy. So it's taken us a while to get here to the point where we're ready to do this crew test flight. But it has been for all very good reason. It's been because we've been developing new technology along the way that's going to hopefully increase our access to space, to low Earth orbit, to places, in the case of my mission, like the International Space Station.
Well, and speaking of your mission, obviously the focus today is on CFT, and your role obviously will continue on with the crew return back on the 15th when that comes up, or whenever the weather is appropriate. But if you could talk to us about what your training has been like for Starliner 1, maybe some of the differences between what's needed to be performed on CFT versus a long duration mission like what you're about to experience next year.
I think to a certain extent, they're both test missions. With CFT, it's a short duration mission to help us mitigate the risk. Ideally, about 10 days is what we're looking at, up and down. We want to have a quick initial look at all of the systems in an integrated fashion in the hazardous environment of space and low Earth orbit. If that goes well, then Starliner 1, in about a year from now that I would be flying aboard, that's sort of a step into operational testing. So we're now going to take the same spaceship and we're going to take it on its maiden expedition, which is a long duration stay in orbit, 6 months. The technical challenges of keeping a vehicle in orbit for that length of time are different. So we have to be confident in the fact that we can do everything they're going to do on CFT, but also that it's going to be there in a healthy condition for a total of 6 months, and that at the end of that 6-month expedition, we can go into the Starliner vehicle, fire it up as a cold spaceship, and have everything working. We have to obviously be 100% confident in that. So the Starliner 1 mission profile is sort of set up to test the operational long duration elements of the mission. And then, of course, in concert with that, the crew, the 4 of us, are not only flying and developing Starliner 1, but we're also executing a full International Space Station increment, which is 6 months of science, research, and operating the space station.
And, during that mission, well, I guess before we talk about that mission for a little bit more, coming back to CFT, obviously there's going to be a lot of lessons learned, and the most important thing is to bring Butch and Suni back safely. But from a technical aspect, what are some of the things, whether it's re-seeing some of the autonomous features of Starliner or seeing the 2 of them take the stick and do some of the more manual maneuvers, is there a piece, or are there pieces of the mission profile that you're especially looking forward to learning and understanding a little bit more about once they're actually able to be executed on this flight?
Yeah, I would say the whole team is highly focused on the crew element, obviously. And so the systems that we're really focused on and we're really keen to understand and see perform are the systems that are entirely related to the crew. The systems that we were unable to test and verify on the first 2 test flights that we did without people, OFT and OFT2. And so some particular examples of that, I mean, the entire life support system, the way this vehicle controls humidity, gets rid of carbon dioxide, all of that will be tested in a real way for the first time, a real way in the sense of having human astronauts on board. The control modes you alluded to, that is something that is close to my heart, very close to Suni and Butch. We've spent years working on and testing some of this technology. It is all a great technology. It increases what Starliner can do now and what we think it's going to be able to do in terms of future applications in the future. But this will be the first time that we have crew on the flight controls executing, testing some of these manual control modes. And we'll be doing that in free flight prior to docking and after docking on the way home as well. So that's probably the most interesting and in a way important part of this crewed flight test because we have the crew there.
And lastly, you know, I had the opportunity to speak with your colleague Jeremy Hansen yesterday and ask him a version of this question, but both you and he are involved with really running through new spacecraft through their paces. Obviously him with the Orion, you're going to be on the second crewed flight of Starliner. Just encapsulate this moment for us and for you as a part of the Canadian Space Agency of, you know, having you and your colleague being able to really, you know, have these incredibly important experiences with these 2 spacecraft that mean so much to, you know, both NASA and CSA.
Yeah, it's important, and it's certainly not lost on us. If you look at it, as you said in your question, Canadian Space Agency, we're involved in the development, the very first flights of one vehicle with Starliner. At the same time, with the work that Jenny and Jeremy are doing, we're involved with the very first flights development of the Artemis Gateway programs, flight of Orion on Artemis 2. So we are right where we want to be. And of course, from the personal perspective, it's amazing work. We feel very grateful for the opportunity as individuals. But on the bigger view, this is really important for Canada. It's important for our future, and it's not a coincidence. It's the result of what we've done in Canada. We've had a very strong legacy in human spaceflight and other kinds of space exploration over the last several decades. This is the result of that. It's the result of the engineering and the science and the discovery work that Canadians have been doing over the last several decades. We're seeing some of that come to fruition now. It's important for Canada. It represents future opportunity, and we really hope that we can keep that legacy going forward.
Josh Kutryk, thank you so much for spending part of your time on a very busy day, and best of luck with the Capcom duties throughout the whole mission profile and with your training as well. Appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate your interest.
OSM-LC.
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Roger. Please advise the CTB they're clear to proceed to the south fallback.
Roger.
And our thanks again to CFT Capcom Josh Kutryk for a great conversation back on May 6th. During that conversation, and as that was wrapping up, passed through a number of different events here. Of course, you saw the crew arrive, the crew access tower, make their way up to level 12. Had a couple of nice moments with Butch, Suni, and the members of the A-team, of the blue team here that are assisting them getting into the Starliner vehicle and making sure everything is configured for their flight, getting some of their last-minute things strapped on and cinched up. That member of the A-team you see there with Butch on the bottom of your screen attaching a little light to his left wrist. While there, of course, is light inside the spacecraft, sometimes you need a little bit of extra just pointed in the right direction, as you saw a good test of that a second ago. Suni Williams making a call to a member of likely the support team here as they've been going through this process. Able to make some last-minute calls to the folks that have been helping them along the way, offer some kind words, and thank them for years of support to get to where we are right now. Less than 3 hours from the launch of the crew flight test. We're L minus 2 hours, 55 minutes, 29 seconds and counting. In just about 5 minutes is per the timeline when Butch and Suni are set to enter into the crew vehicle, the Starliner spacecraft. Mentioned, of course, that we are keeping our primary focus on the Starliner mission, but this is another week in spaceflight, which means there's, of course, a whole host of things happening right now. See Butch Wilmore now entering into the Starliner vehicle. We'll hold on this shot for just a hair longer. We'll talk more about the seats that he's entering into and get his thoughts on the flight suit that he's wearing and how the two interact. But as you see, Butch making his way into the Starliner commander's seat. At the same time, in South Texas, where our colleagues Adam Bernstein and Michael Kane currently are, you see Starship has made a good amount of progress through the stacking. Last time we had a look at the vehicle from our friends at Lab Padre. Of course, they were hoisting Ship 29 up into the air, and now you can see it is being positioned atop Super Heavy Booster number 11.
LCOs.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. First step 160, 18 personnel have exited FHA roadblock.
Roger.
It was just yesterday that the Federal Aviation Administration approved the launch license modification allowing for Flight 4 of Starship to move forward. So SpaceX is preparing for that mission tomorrow morning and is restacking the rocket so that it can get ready for that as well. The perspective that we're seeing is the meeting of the ship upper stage and the Super Heavy booster down below. You can see the hypersonic grid fins similar to those on Falcon 9 rocket. Obviously, much more robust here on Starship. Just above it is the hot staging ring. This was added as part of the second flight test of Starship. And in this mission, it will be jettisoned a little bit into the Ascent as the boost back burn is just about to begin. They will kick off that hot staging ring. Of course, we'll continue to keep eyes on things here at Starbase, but let's go ahead and bring it back to Starliner, where Commander Butch Wilmore is getting seated and strapped in into the commander position on the Starliner spacecraft. As we sit here on Wednesday, June 5th, this is, of course, the third launch attempt of the CFT mission, the first coming back on May 6th, when an issue with the oxygen pressure release valve on the Centaur upper stage of the Atlas V rocket caused a scrub a little right about 2 hours prior to liftoff. After they rolled the vehicle back into the vertical integration facility, or the VIF, they replaced the valve, they tested it, and actually, as we're seeing this zoomed out shot from the helicopter, we may get a shot of the vertical integration facility, although it looks like we're panning in the wrong direction for that, so maybe not at this moment. We can see the flame trench there at the base of the camera view. That's that rectangular opening at the base of the launch pad. While the vehicle was inside the VIF, Boeing and NASA were also assessing a small helium leak connected to one of the reaction control thrusters in the doghouse on the Starliner service module, one of 4 doghouses, one of 28 reaction control thrusters. They did a number of pressure tests to make sure that they understood both the leak itself as well as create additional contingency plans should it get worse during flight. Although in the lead up to the second flight attempt of the CFT mission, Steve Stitch, the manager of the Commercial Crew Program Office for NASA, noted that they could handle the leak even if it were to get 100.
Tech 5 on ground 1. How you read?
CDR, you're loud and clear. How many?
Copy. Loud and clear, CDR. CDR, contact on ground 1 with MCC.
Houston, Starliner, CDR. How do you read?
Starliner, Houston, we have loud and clear on ground 1. Butch, good morning.
Good morning, team.
CDR, report on ground 1. We're ready for power stand. Bravo.
Houston, Starliner, ready for power stand. Bravo.
Roger that. Houston is also ready for suit fan Bravo, so you'll go on the eco control panel, suit fan Bravo on.
All right, here we go.
There's communications between Mission Control Houston and Mission Commander Butch Wilmore. Sounds like they're doing a test of the suit fan. This was one of the hiccups that they ran into with the last launch attempt of the Starliner spacecraft on the Boeing side. There was an issue getting that fan going. They were able to cycle and get it back on. And with that confirmation, it sounds like the correction that was implemented between the second and third launch attempts of the CFT mission was successful. And as you heard, got good airflow into their suits, which of course is very important because once those helmets are down, you want to have as comfortable conditions as possible for the astronauts during their ascent.
Alright, CDR, confirm. You can reach the following item. Rotation hand control.
Good to go.
Contingency suit.
Good.
PPM suit.
Good.
Cabin valve. Light 1, LPS needed. Fire extinguisher. Need disconnect.
good.
5-4 harness, connect.
All good.
Tom, cable, connect.
Currently L minus 2 hours.
Air, connect.
2 hours, 45 minutes, 3 seconds and counting.
Also good.
Air, connect, and now vertical, flow to phase.
Taking a look at the live chat here. First off, want to thank our wonderful moderators for helping us out this morning. So a big shout out to Stephanie B, Callistia Lee, for being with us as we kick things off this morning. And a retroactive thank you to Astro Joe, Astro Jen, and Rusty Shackelford.
Report on air to ground 1, we're ready to perform suit growth check.
And Houston, Starliner, ready for CDR suit growth check.
You see that member of the A-team
And we're ready for CDR growth check.
removing that protective cover
All right, here we go.
on Butch Wilmore's helmet. They'll now bring it down, zip it up, and then they will pressurize the IVA suit, or the intravehicular suit. Make sure, like they did in the
I have good airflow.
Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. They want to do another suit leak check here.
Here we go.
Now that Butch is strapped in and suited up. And again, they're continuing to, as they go through this process, verify that the suit fans are also continuing to work and assure that that will not be an issue as it was during the second launch attempt of the CFT mission. As we wait for the start of this pressure test, I want to thank the more than 3,600 of you.
CDR, report on air to ground 1 that suit growth leak check for CDR has been completed successfully.
Houston, Starliner, we had a successful CDR suit growth leak check.
Houston copies. Good gross suit leak check on the CDR. Thanks.
All right, CDR, you can open your visor now.
It's some good call-outs there as you see crew flight test pilot Suni Williams tucking in some attachments.
Tech 6. Go Tech 6. Hey, getting ready to hand out switch covers. Copy. Stand by.
As I was saying, thank you to the now more than
CDR, anything else you need help with before I move to C2?
All good, thank you.
thanks to the roughly 3,800 of you watching with us live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button to allow more folks to find this live coverage this morning. We are powered by a wonderful channel member community here on YouTube, so thanks to folks like Rick Smith, Mark Otto, Stephen McCamey, John Medley, Expedition Greg, and many others for your ongoing support of what we do here at Spaceflight Now. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including the ability to watch all of the launch liftoffs from here at the Cape in 4K, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, and of course, discounts at our online shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find things like the embroidered mission patch for the upcoming Crew 9 flight with SpaceX Crew Dragon, as well as, relevant to today, embroidered mission patch for the CFT mission. We'll talk a little bit more about the meaning behind that patch in just a little bit. But for now, as Suni Williams prepares to step into the Starliner spacecraft as crew loading continues to move smoothly. Let's talk about some of the training that they got down at the Johnson Space Center and some of the tools that they were able to use during this process.
Tech 5.
Go Tech 5.
LCL-1, full eject confirmed.
Copy, LCL-1, full eject.
So as we are now L-2 hours, 40 minutes and counting.
Go Tech 5.
We are ready for PLT descent.
Copy that. We will send her in.
Let's take a look at the Reader's Digest version of the training that we got to witness down at the Johnson Space Center.
Spaceflight Now got the opportunity to visit the Johnson Space Center in Houston and check out some of the tools used to train both Butch and Suni.
So this is a mock-up of the Starliner spacecraft. It's what Butch and Suni have been using in their final days to go over some refresher courses and make sure they know all the correct loading procedures as they get into the capsule here. Right now it's in a configuration where both the two astronauts that are going to be flying to the station during CFT will sit in these two seats behind me. But where I'm kneeling right now, and this space behind me where this cargo bag is stored, are actually places where two additional seats can be placed if and when Boeing needs to fly 4 astronauts, which will be coming up, of course, in the later missions.
In addition to the seats and the cargo, this capsule features a medium fidelity control panel for the crew, as well as the main hatch, which will be used to enter and exit the spacecraft on the ISS. NASA's Nicole Jordan explained some of the thinking behind the seat design, which you may notice isn't super roomy. But she says that's actually very much by design. It's one of the lessons that NASA learned from NASCAR.
And one of the lessons from NASCAR is that human bodies can take huge loads as long as there's no relative motion between the person and, in this case, the race car. And so NASCAR, one of the things that they have done is they've added a restraint between the helmet and the shoulders so that your head is physically restrained from, moving too much from your body, right? It's called a Hans device. And so here, you really want it to be pretty snug, because if you have room and then you hit hard, you don't want to accelerate and hit the seat. That could cause an injury. And so we want it to be pretty snug. And so, as was pointed out earlier, that's one reason why you don't see a lot of padding in the seat. There's kind of minimal padding for hot spots and comfort, but you don't want to have too much padding because of that. You want to have very little relative motion if you have like a high impact event.
Boeing and NASA have a number of tools they use in coordination with the astronauts. One of them is a high-fidelity mock-up of the console on Starliner called the Boeing Mission Simulator.
You see a lot of switches that are reminiscent of aircraft-style switches like we had in the shuttle. Some of those are 2 or 3 position switches, which are simple toggle switches. Some of those are called lever lock switches, where you actually have to pull the switch out and move it up or move it down. And that's, I tell people, you've got to mean it. Those are important switches.
The mock-up is designed to put Butch and Suni through a variety of training exercises and contingency scenarios.
And I've been around for a long time. I was a long-time shuttle instructor and trained many shuttle crews. But I came into what was for me a new program. I'm learning a new launch vehicle, and now I have a new crew to get used to, and I have to learn the things they like and the ways they learn. Everybody learns differently, right? And how to interact with them, how to get the most out of them, how to prod them when they need prodding. It's been great. They asked for me to come aboard this program, and that was a big honor for me.
Because the BMS is somewhat of a cramped learning environment, though, Butch and Suni also spent quite a bit of time in a classroom environment called a crew part task trainer. Ray Bigones, the Starliner lead rendezvous officer, walked through a docking simulation for us.
Vesta cameras are showing the crew where the space station is in the imagery, but also where the spacecraft thinks the space station is in the green outlines. So the crew can see exactly where the computers are flying. The crew also has this display, which is a center-on camera. There's a camera very much like the one you have in your hand right now that is mounted in the hatch on the center line of the spacecraft, right in the middle of the docking port, and that goes to this tablet. And you may notice it's not built into the crew displays. It's not built into this main console here, and that's on purpose. It doesn't need any of the Starliner computers to be running. It doesn't need anything from Starliner. It's a completely independent and dissimilar system, and that's the way we designed it on purpose.
Finally, when crews are either at the Johnson Space Center or in other locations around the world, they can use a virtual reality setup from Vario to be able to go inside the spacecraft from anywhere. Connie Miller, An associate tech fellow with Boeing showed me around the virtual cockpit and how to interact with the system.
This is just a prototype here, but you should be able to interact with the buttons, flip switches, do things like that, and kind of get a feel for the capsule size.
Oh, that's trippy.
PLT, Tech 5 on air to ground 1. How you read me?
Loud and clear, how me?
I got you loud and clear as well. PLT, perform comm check on air to ground 1 with MCC.
Houston, PLT, air to ground 1, comm check.
Starliner Houston has you loud and clear on air to ground 1 for the PLT. Sunny, good morning.
Good morning, got you loud and clear as well, Josh.
PLT, confirm good airflow.
PLT has good airflow.
Tech 5 had air to ground 1.
Tech 5.
Can you confirm our new avionics key card was installed?
New avionics key card installed, and old one has been put back in the PLT bag.
And welcome back to our live coverage of the crew flight test of Boeing Starliner spacecraft. We're currently at L-2 hours, 31 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. Things continue to move smoothly as you see now Suni Williams is seated in the Starliner spacecraft, getting ready to go through her checkouts, make sure she's strapped in. They'll do another fan check like they did with Butch, as well as a suit leak check, make sure all of that is running smoothly. And we are very fortunate to be joined, as you see to my right, your left on the screen, one of NASA's newest astronauts. This is Jessica Whitner. She's a member of the astronaut class of 2021, started reporting for duty in 2022. Jessica, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Beautiful day. Let's go Starliner.
Beautiful day, a little toasty though, but weather conditions ideal for a launch, which is of course the most important thing.
Of course, absolutely. Yes, I agree with you. A little bit toasty in the sun today, but light winds, really no clouds to speak of. It's a great day for a launch.
Absolutely, and so you are coming from the naval world as well as Butch did, and you're also a test pilot, so you have the same sort of mentality as the two of them that are in the Starliner spacecraft. So from that test pilot perspective, what's sort of the mental mode you go into when you're preparing to get inside an aircraft that, you know, you're really shaking out for the first time or among the first to really put it through its paces? What is that like on the day of, you know, your first flight?
Yeah, I'll say I just got to see both of them driving by. I think they're incredibly excited for this, and I do have a similar background to them for coming from the test world, and I think it's every test pilot's dream to be part of a first flight, right? Like to be able to go up and test something for the first time. And I know they have been with this program for, you know, they've run it through its paces. They've gone through all the simulators. They were there in the design meetings from the beginning, and so they know this thing inside and out. And I think at this point, strapping in the jet, I can't think they're anything but ready now to go. And you know, let's go. You know, let's go Starliner, right?
Absolutely. And so, you know, you're among the newest members of the astronaut office. For your journey in, what was it about becoming an astronaut that really sort of lit that, you know, flame of passion in your mind? And what was your journey like to getting where you are now?
Yeah, well, this has actually been the childhood dream for me. I was one of those kids growing up that had the model of the space shuttle over my bed, you know, and I used to write NASA and get posters and things back in the mail of the Apollo astronauts, and I'd have them up on the wall in my room. And so this has been a long journey to get here, but also a very rewarding one. And I was very proud to serve my country. I still do serve on active duty in the Navy, and going through the test route, and even before I became a pilot, I was just a mechanic. I would turn wrenches, and I was just always very passionate about the jobs that I had, and I'm very passionate now about being here in the office with such an exciting time with what's happening now and multiple vehicles coming online to be able to go up and execute our missions. So.
Well, I was going to say it's an incredibly busy time. I mean, we only see sort of a small sliver of it in the public for the astronaut office, but you've got, of course, the CFT mission hopefully launching today, Orion being run through its paces with other colleagues, Crew 9 is getting ready to launch in August. What's it like in the office right now as you know, pass by your colleagues, talk from time to time? You know, what's the sentiment like there about, you know, how busy things are right now?
Well, it's busy. It's exactly that right now. There are a lot of crews preparing and training to fly, right? We have all these vehicles coming online, which is awesome. And then when we're not assigned to fly, which I am not currently assigned, I'm working on all these test programs and these development programs, right? We just saw a couple weeks ago, one of my classmates was out in the Arizona desert doing some Artemis testing, right, and practicing moonwalks. And then there's other crews that are working really on all aspects of spaceflight, really. So there's crews still working on programs on the ISS, right? So I think it's just everybody is so busy, but everybody is also so excited to just be working on this. So really, you know, you can pick and choose your adventure a little bit in the office right now because there's so much work to do, but that's a good problem.
So given the smorgasbord of things to do, what's on your plate right now? Is your, you know, obviously following this mission, what's kind of ahead for you in the next several months of the year?
Yeah, following this mission very closely, obviously, and then at some point really looking forward to getting called into the office, getting assigned a mission one day, and then on top of that, in the meantime, I'm working actually in the EVA office, so I'm working on designing new spacesuits for both ISS and lunar ops one day. So I'm working closely with a lot of design teams, and I'm kind of going back into that test pilot-y kind of role where we're working on with the engineers and designing new systems and thinking of new, better ways to do things and be safe out there on our spacewalks. So it's fun work.
Absolutely. I mean, we just saw, you know, some video from Axiom Space talking about that first integrated operation between the Starship mock-up and the AX HMU suits, Collins Aerospace working on their suits. The last question to you, I guess, just on that point, what are you most excited about, or what's it been like really, you know, running those suits through their paces as they prepare to enter into service?
I think some of the most exciting aspects of some of the new designs that are coming out is just like, you think about where we were, we haven't done any planetary suit work really since the last time we really saw them was Apollo, right? Like when we're walking on the moon, and then the spacesuit that we use today, while a wonderful suit, has been in service for quite a while now. So it's really exciting to see like we're incorporating that new technology into the new suit designs, and really there's so many options out there, and just finding the best options, the best trade-offs, and making sure everything is good and safe and modern, right? And I think it's just that part of it is really exciting to work with.
Well, Jessica, thank you so much for spending some time with us, and we look forward to hearing about your first flight assignment, and we'll talk with you more then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, we have much more to come on the crew flight test with Butch and Suni. Coming up, we're less than 2.5 hours from the planned liftoff of the Atlas V rocket, the 100th time that an Atlas will take to the skies here, and we'll have much more coming up after this brief break. We'll bring you back to some live views of the rocket itself.
TLT, we're going to show off your gravity indicator. Starliner crew, always an honor to strap in, my friends. Anything else you need help with before we leave and close the hatch?
Our thanks again to NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner, member of the 2021 astronaut class. Appreciate her taking the time to.
Starliner, Houston, for the entire crew, comm check on air to ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear. CLT, loud and clear.
Loud and clear also, Houston has both the Lima Charlie stand by for comm check of air to ground 2. I'll be coming to you over the T0 line. You'll hear me in reply on air to ground 2. Stand by.
CLT, loud and clear, air to ground 2.
And Starliner, Houston on 1. I'll give you a countdown, but in about 25 seconds, it's going to be L minus 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 30 seconds. L minus 2, 20, 30 in 10 seconds. Starliner for that check. 3, 2, 1. Mark. L minus 2 hours, 20 minutes, 30 seconds.
Good lifespan timer check.
Houston copies. And Starliner crew audio system checkout now complete.
We are currently L minus 2 hours, 18 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. Just heard a good audio loop sync between the Starliner spacecraft and Mission Control Houston, making sure that their clocks are both in line. Obviously, you don't want to surprise the astronauts with a countdown item, especially engine ignition coming up earlier than they're expecting. Taking a look at the live chat, want to thank Greg Jazz Jr. for a $5 super chat. Really appreciate that, Greg. Saying, Butch and Sunny, may your dress rehearsals be behind you, and Godspeed. And I will echo that sentiment. Hopefully we have gone through the last of the unofficial wet dress rehearsals, and everything is good to go for a launch today. Also want to thank Will West for a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Will. Really appreciate your support. And to SG,
Blue
good to see
team
you
lead LC on one.
back this morning with a $2 super chat.
Yes, can you talk to me on channel 20?
Yes, sir.
Want to welcome Jesse Hain for joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level as well. Also in the realm of having just one thing going on would be too much to ask for on the Space Beat. This morning, over across the pond, the European Space Agency Director General Joseph Arschbacher noted today that there is an official target launch date for the Ariane 6 rocket launching from French Guiana. The target launch date is July 9th. So in less than a month, the latest orbital launch vehicle will join in the conversation, as we've had so far 4 orbital launch rockets debut this year. That'll be the 5th. Those, of course, were United Launch Alliance's Vulcan rocket back on January 8th. A couple days later, on January 11th, Orion Space Technologies' Gravity 1 rocket made its inaugural launch. Roscosmos launched the Angara A5 on April 11th. And then China launched the Long March 6C rocket on May 7th. So you can go ahead and pin July 9th on your launch calendar as the planned date for Ariane 6 to enter the fray. Speaking of entering the fray, the crew of the crew flight test has gone through a number of changes as the years have gone on. So as we're preparing to see Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams take off, Get this great panoramic view of the pad there with their Atlas V rocket. Starliner spacecraft up top. Let's go ahead and take a beat and head down memory lane to review the cruise of crew flight tests past and how we got to the CFT of the present.
Throughout the development of the Starliner spacecraft, one of the most consistent presences was the man set to command the crew flight test mission, Chris Ferguson. The veteran of 3 space flights and commander of STS-135, the final space shuttle mission in 2011, was hired by Boeing as its own astronaut. He was among the Boeing employees who unveiled the name of Starliner back in 2015. A milestone of NASA's Commercial Crew program came in August 2018, when then NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine introduced the world to the primary crews of the first CCP missions. On the SpaceX side, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken were named to the first astronaut mission for the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. For Boeing, NASA tapped Eric Boe, Chris Ferguson, and Nicole Mann. At the same event, NASA also announced the astronauts for the first 6-month crew rotation missions for each spacecraft. Dragon was receiving Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins. Starliner was receiving Josh Kutryk and Suni Williams. Those combinations got shuffled over time, though. In January 2019, Eric Boe was removed from the Starliner CFT mission due to medical reasons and was replaced by veteran NASA astronaut Mike Fink. As Starliner continued to face development delays, in October 2020, Boeing astronaut Chris Ferguson stepped aside for family reasons.
I'm deeply committed to human spaceflight. I'm dedicated to the Starliner program, and I'm passionate about the team that has built her. But next year is very important for my family. I have made several commitments which I simply cannot risk missing. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not going into space next year. The Boeing team has been very understanding. The crew is doing wonderfully, and thank you for your understanding too.
His shoes were filled by Butch Wilmore, making the team Wilmore, Fink, and Mann. In August 2020, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps was assigned to the Starliner 1 mission.
I'm super excited to join Suni Williams and Josh Kutryk on the first operational Boeing crew mission to the International Space Station. I've flown in helicopters with Suni flying, and I've flown in the backseat of a T-38 with Josh flying. And they are both wonderful people to work with. So I'm looking forward to the mission.
After Boeing had to stand down, though, from the second orbital test flight attempt in July 2021, that October, NASA moved both Nicole Mann and Josh Kutryk off their Starliner missions and put the duo onto the SpaceX Crew 5 flight. NASA said that it wanted its rookies to get some flying experience. Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata, who had also previously been assigned to Starliner 1, was added to Crew 5 as well. During a NASA briefing in the run-up to the second orbital flight test of Starliner, Wilmore, Fink, and Williams joined NASA leadership on the dais and were called a cadre of Starliner astronauts. Kathy Leaders, NASA's Associate Administrator for Space Operations at the time, said a final decision on the crew assignments was still in work.
We are getting our crewed flight test vehicle ready to go by the end of the year. The Boeing folks are working hard to get it there and ready to go. But one of the things we have to do is do this mission and take the learning that we will get. We know we'll have learning out of this mission, and then lay that into our plans and our schedule with the Boeing folks after we return. So I think when that happens, we'll also look at what's the crew complement for our crewed missions that we have next year and the other activities we have going on, and we'll make a final selection for the crewed flight test vehicle at that time.
A month after OFT-2, Suni Williams was moved from the Starliner 1 mission to CFT, and Mike Fink was named as the backup pilot for the CFT mission. In September 2020, NASA astronaut Scott Tingle was named as the Starliner 1 mission commander, and Jeanette Epps began cross-training on SpaceX's Dragon, foreshadowing her ultimate reassignment to the SpaceX Crew 8 mission in August 2023. Most recently, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Josh Kutryk was named as a mission specialist for the Starliner 1 mission and will serve as Capcom for the CFT flight. With that latest addition, here's the current makeup of the 2 first crewed flights of the Starliner spacecraft: Butch and Suni on CFT, and Scott, Mike, and Josh on Starliner 1. Leroy Kane, the deputy Starliner program manager, spent decades at the Johnson Space Center working in flight control going back to 1988, and said he got to be part of all of Butch and Suni's missions over the years.
All in total, I supported more than 100 space shuttle missions in my career with NASA. As a flight controller, as a NASA flight director, then as the deputy program manager for the space shuttle program, and the chairman of the shuttle mission management team. in those capacities, I supported over 100 space shuttle missions. So I worked every mission that Butch and Suni ever flew. And so I've known them for all those years. Now, I didn't at that time, of course, to answer your question, I didn't envision that the three of us would be working together in this kind of capacity at some point in the future, but I'm certainly glad that this is where we are.
And our thanks, of course, to Leroy Kane for taking some time while we were at the Johnson Space Center to talk about his history with NASA, the shuttle program, and of course, coming into his experience with Boeing. You can catch much more of our conversation with Leroy Kane and learn about
2 hours, 10 minutes.
the history of the Starliner program
ECS, Elsie.
over here on
Adjust the
YouTube.
ISA flow rate to 170 pounds per minute.
Roger.
Got a 2-part explainer series on Starliner. Starliner Explained, very creatively titled. Part 1 is all about the history leading up to the CFT mission. Part 2 encapsulates what the CFT flight is going to look like from the training through the crew history, which you just saw a little snippet of. And of course, the mission profile as well. We're now L-2 hours, 9 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. Appreciate the more than 4,500 of you that are joining with us live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button to allow some more folks to find their way into our live launch coverage. I want to thank a few folks for your support this morning. Thanks to one of our moderators and channel member, Callistia Lee, for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Callistia. To our 10 newest channel members, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Callistia in the live chat if you haven't already. Also, welcome aboard to Niklaz. Apologies if I mispronounced that, but appreciate you joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. And a thanks as well to Anthony Richards for supporting us with a $10 super chat. It's very much appreciated.
LC, Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Letting you know crew insertion is complete, and we are starting hatch closure preps and standing by for weather brief.
Roger.
And some good call-outs there as they're preparing to close the hatch of the Starliner spacecraft for L-minus 2 hours, 3 minutes, 31 seconds and counting. Of course, with the hatch closed, or excuse me, with the hatch about to get into the closing process, both Suni Williams, the pilot of the crew flight test, and Butch Wilmore, the mission commander, strapped into their seats aboard the Starliner spacecraft and are just about 2 hours away from their flight to the International Space Station. This will be the third flight to space for both of these two. While we were at the Johnson Space Center, we spoke with Butch about a number of things. One of them was what it's like to wear those Boeing flight suits and sit in the seats that they're currently in. So here's part of our conversation with CFT Mission Commander Butch Wilmore on what it's like to bring those two together and be in this moment.
That's a good question. Can I paint you a mental picture? Let's see here. So you're in a spacesuit that you only wear for the need when you're leaving the planet. And getting into the seat is not easy, especially with a spacesuit on. And you've got to get around this, get over that, and it's poking in the back and poking in the hip. But you finally get into the seat and you get your, you don't ever lay on your back in a seat in a rocket that's going to space. And here you are in that environment, right? And you're strapping your knees down so your knees don't get, if you had to abort, you don't get any flail. You're strapping yourself, your upper torso in very tightly, and then you get to lay there on your back for a couple hours. And the countdown's going. And eventually you get down to those, my 10 favorite numbers, 10, 9, 8, all the way down to, launch. And the rockets light off, and I've done it twice, and then you're literally on your way to leave the planet, and it's an amazing place to be because you know the heritage of what it means. This is only a handful of spacefaring nations on the globe, and you're in a nation that is one of them, and your nation has decided that you're okay enough to be in the rocket, to be on the pointy end and go. And it's humbling. It's very, very humbling. And to be in the position in the left seat, the commander of the first flight of a new capability, it's even more so. And there's a lot of responsibility, obviously. I mean, there's a great deal of responsibility. We are trained and we have developed procedures and a concept of operations that if we lost communication completely for the entire mission, we could go up to space, we could go close to the space station. We're not going to dock without comm, without communication. And let's say we didn't get it. We'll come all the way home and you would lose us for times, and we can land exactly on the point where we intended to land. That's the level of preparedness we have. Complete NORDO, that means you don't have communication. NORDO is a term that we use in aviation. No communication from launch, and we can still come back and land on the dot. There's no other spacecraft that has it, and we do.
Roger.
And our thanks again to Butch Wilmore for speaking with us about both getting into this mission mode as well as what it's like to get suited up and strapped into the Starliner spacecraft. We're now L-minus 1 hour, 59 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. Less than 2 hours to go until the planned launch of Butch and Suni on board the first crewed mission with Starliner spacecraft. Now at L-1 hour, 57 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. Things continue to move smoothly with the countdown. The third launch attempt for the Starliner crew flight test. Coming up, the next notable milestone is another weather briefing at L-1 hour and 30 minutes. That final weather briefing coming about 20 minutes prior to the conclusion of hatch closure, conducting leak checks on the Starliner spacecraft. It's been a busy 24 hours for NASA, as not only they have been preparing for this Starliner mission today, but also down in New Zealand, they were tracking the progress of Rocket Lab's Electron rocket, sending up the second of a shoebox-sized CubeSat called Pre-Fire. This is the second of a pair of satellites that will fly in a sun-synchronous polar orbit and study the heat that is trapped in and the heat that is lost from the poles, both the north and south here on Earth. It's part of NASA's overall strategy of studying the climate in a whole host of ways. Of course, these two satellites join others like the Tempo mission, which was launched aboard an Intelsat satellite 40E, the PACE mission, which launched just earlier this year, back in March. So we're now L-1 hour, 55 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. Taking a look at the live chat here. I want to thank a couple more folks for your support this morning. Thanks to one of our wonderful channel members, Donna Hayes, for a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Donna. Good to see you this morning.
ECS LC.
ECS.
Adjust the ISA temperature to 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
Roger.
Donna says, go Atlas, go Centaur, go Starliner, Godspeed. Also want to thank another one of our wonderful channel members, Psychonaut69, for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Really appreciate that, Psychonaut. And to our newest Spaceflight Now channel member, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Psychonaut in the live chat if you haven't already. And for those that are just chatting with us, the 5,400 of you that are watching with us live, we're glad to have you with our live launch coverage today. Go ahead and let us know where you're checking in from in the live chat here. You know, we've got folks from all over the world that come into our live launch broadcast, and so it's always great to see from where on our little blue marble you are joining us from. Also, if you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button on this video to allow more folks to find their way to our live coverage as we continue on through the count. That would be very much appreciated. And we thank you for your support.
LTSYS on one.
Go ahead.
Step 200 L2 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
currently L-1 hour, 52 minutes, 49 seconds and counting. We continue to remain in the T-4 minute planned hold that will be lifted once the countdown clock, the terminal countdown clock syncs with the L- clock, of course, at L-4 minutes. In just about 22 minutes will be another weather briefing, followed by hatch closure. As we are awaiting that milestone, want to talk about another facet of the Starliner vehicle. Of course, taking a look at them right now, the seats that Butch and Suni are seated in, of course, with plenty of cargo stored all around them. Prior to the Starliner capsule being stacked atop the Atlas V rocket, Boeing went through a process of figuring out the exact center of mass on the Starliner vehicle, and so it is a delicate maneuver to add and shift cargo around if anything needs to be added late or taken off. Of course, this mission did have a late cargo passenger that was added. They are bringing up an important pump that'll be used to help filter urine into drinkable water aboard the space station. Part of the success of the ISS is creating as closed loop as possible. And so in order to not have to use a bunch of space bringing up excessive amounts of water every time a crew goes up, they try to reclaim as much water as possible and put it through a thorough filtering process so that it can be consumed again in its pure form. And there was an issue with one of the pumps on station, so they are bringing up a replacement, so that is critical cargo heading up to the ISS. Looks like they've turned off the lights inside the white room here as they are going through and thoroughly examining the hatch before they begin closure, making sure there's no FOD or foreign object debris anywhere along the potential seal prior to closing that up and doing a good leak check. And as I was saying, let's go ahead and talk about now the seats that Butch and Suni are in. You might think, well, the seats are not that big of a deal, but it's actually an important part of the design process, not only for the comfort of the astronauts, but also, most importantly, their safety as they launch, make their ascent to the space station, and then, of course, return to Earth about a week later for this mission. So we had the opportunity while we were at the Johnson Space Center earlier this year to talk to one of the seat technicians to learn more about the design and the functionality. Let's listen to part of that conversation. Here we go.
So my name is Nicole Jordan. I'm the manager of the Spacecraft office with the Commercial Crew Program. I started out at NASA actually working in suit and seat design for the Orion program, and then I worked in flight ops in the crew office for many years. So I've been working on this seat for probably a good 8 years. So the key, really, one of the keys of seat design is to be able to accommodate a wide range of population. And I think when we think about population, we think stature, most just how tall you are, but that is actually the one parameter that's just meaningless with seat design. I don't care how tall you are. I care about the length from your heel to your knee and from your knee to your hip and your torso length and that kind of thing. And so NASA, in our requirements, we gave very stringent, hard to meet requirements for every dimension pretty much of the body. We picked 22 or so key dimensions, and we said you have to have this range for each of those dimensions. And so even though the three of us standing here, we all are pretty normal sized people, but I guarantee that we all have one freak dimension. There's one dimension for everybody that's going to be first percentile or to 999. You might have a freakishly long forearm or something like that. And so that's why we had to do it that way. So this seat is built to be just ultimately adjustable. And so one of the easiest ones to see is the seat pan, which is what we call this part here. You can see right here that it kind of has a wide range of adjustability. And you can also notice that as you get taller torsos, the seat pan drops, and that way your eye point is kept the same with respect to the displays. And so you're not changing where your eye point is to see the displays as you modify the seat. And that's only one of many adjustments, but it's one of the easiest to see. We also have this thing right here called the shoulder bolster. And as you can see, it's labeled small. And on the table right over there, we have all different sizes. And that's because we were just here yesterday with astronauts testing a whole bunch of different subjects, putting them in the seat, fitting them to make sure everything fits. And so the shoulder bolster is there to protect you from lateral motion as you land.
And so with the shoulder bolster, how snug do you want it, or do you want to have some wiggle room just for
That's an interesting question. So you really don't want to have wiggle room. So this actually kind of goes back to lessons that NASA has been learning from the car racing industry, from NASCAR. And so one of the things that we have a whole group of people that works on crew injury prevention. And one of the lessons from NASCAR is that human bodies can take huge loads as long as there's no relative motion between the person and, in this case, the race car. And so NASCAR, one of the things that they have done is they've added a restraint between the helmet and the shoulders so that your head is physically restrained from, moving too much from your body, right? It's called a Hans device. And so here, you really want it to be pretty snug, because if you have room and then you hit hard, you don't want to accelerate and hit the seat. That could cause an injury. And so we want it to be pretty snug. And so, as was pointed out earlier, that's one reason why you don't see a lot of padding in the seat. There's kind of minimal padding for hot spots and comfort, but you don't want to have too much padding because of that. You want to have very little relative motion if you have like a high impact event. And then obviously there's a 5-point harness for the torso, and then we have restraints for the feet and the knees for flail injuries. And then for your arms, we've shown that the strength of your hands you can hold to prevent, arm flail injuries.
And so I'm guessing this is probably more built into the spacecraft around the seat. But are there any points that directly interface between the IVF suit and the seat itself?
Yes, this whole seat it's really a human seat system. It all has to work together. It all has to be designed together. And so the suit is wrapped around the human, and then the seat is wrapped around the suit. So most of the time you're in the seat. Anytime you're in the seat where you're experiencing a launch or landing load, you're in a suit. And then during, sometimes on orbit, you might loosely get strapped in, but this seat, most of the time, you're suited.
And our thanks again to Nicole Jordan for giving us a thorough walkthrough of the suits. Really appreciate that.
1 hour, 45 minutes.
We're now, as you heard, less than an hour and 45 minutes away from the launch of this Atlas V rocket that you see here on your screen with the Starliner spacecraft up top. Version of the Atlas V rocket that is going to be launching today is nicknamed Bodyguard, according to United Launch Alliance. Each of the various versions of the Atlas V have all received nicknames. According to ULA President and CEO Tori Bruno, they've all been named, as he says, based off of his impressions of their personalities. So you've got others like Anti-M, Thunderer, Dominator, Bruiser, Big Slick, Big Slider, Noisemaker, Twister. Bodyguard, of course, giving its characteristics of protecting and making sure that the two astronauts on board this time, 4 in the future, get to where they need to go safely. And that's why this particular Atlas has a dual-engine Centaur upper stage. And it flies in an N22 configuration. The N stands for no payload fairings, which of course is not needed given the Starliner spacecraft up top. The first two is for the 2 solid rocket boosters. You see one here in front of the rocket from this perspective, one on the other side. And the second 2 that I just mentioned for the number of Centaur upper stage engines. Earlier this year, United Launch Alliance introduced its Vulcan rocket, which will ultimately take over for the launch duties of the Atlas V rocket, and it has already met the retirement of the Delta IV Heavy rocket. Less than 20 Atlas V flights remaining for ULA, which should carry through just about to the end of the decade, as they will launch the Starliner spacecraft once it is in operation and rotation with the SpaceX Crew Dragon. Operationally, they should toggle back and forth between a Starliner mission and a Dragon mission. And so with the crew flight test being one of them, there are 6 additional flights of Starliner remaining. ULA is also contracted to fly 8 more missions for Amazon's Project Kuiper satellites up to low Earth orbit. It's an internet satellite constellation designed to challenge SpaceX and its Starlink constellation, among others. ULA also has a national security space launch mission, USSF-51, which is still left on the roster, as well as one last commercial launch. It is the launch of the Viasat-3 EMEA satellite. So still a number of missions left on the Atlas V. It has got quite a ways to go before it hits its retirement party. But this particular mission here on your screen will be the 100th launch of an Atlas V rocket to date. We're currently L-1 hour, 40 minutes, 23 seconds and counting the launch of this particular Atlas V rocket.
L-1 hour, 40 minutes.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch closure complete.
Roger.
And with that, the hatch is closed on the Starliner spacecraft. As you...
Peony 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Start Centaur engine chill down.
Roger.
We're hearing as they were...
Arm control.
Power on, correct disarm hydraulic heater as required.
Roger.
They were in the process of closing up the hatch. Butch Wilmore had a last little message for the A-team here, noting that we'll see your smiling faces in about 10 days. It'll be, of course, quite the adventure for Butch and Suni, shaking out the manual operations of the Starliner spacecraft at multiple points throughout this mission.
Starliner, Houston, Air to Ground 1. We're ready for pre-launch cabin leak checks. You can prepare for cabin pressurization per your checklist and configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knob to maximum.
All right, that's in work.
Copy.
Some good call-outs there as they prepare to do the leak check that you just heard about. So far, tracking no issues, no known issues on the either Starliner spacecraft itself or the Atlas V rocket. So things continuing to proceed well with this mission.
LC, P-2.
Go ahead.
Sensor engine chill down initiated.
Roger.
All right, Houston, cabin vent valve cap is removed.
Starliner, we copy, vent valve cap removed. And so Starliner, ground team is going to perform cabin pressurization. The caution will enunciate for cabin P high and cabin PPO2 high. As a function of that high cabin pressure, you can acknowledge the alarms.
Starliner, copy.
Minus 1 hour, 35 minutes.
Currently L minus 1 hour, 32 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. So far things continue to move smoothly with the count. The launch of the 100th Atlas V rocket supporting the Starliner crew flight test. Taking a look at the live chat, first off, I want to thank the more than 7,300 of you that are joining with us live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button, allow some more folks to find their way into this live coverage. That would be much appreciated. Taking a look at the chat, seeing where folks are clocking in from. Our friend Chuck Briggs says he's watching from Boca Chica, of course, also down there ahead of the Starliner, or excuse me, the Starship launch from Starbase down in South Texas, getting ready for our live coverage tomorrow morning. Chuck says, good luck, Will, and the team. Wishing we were there. Almost. See some folks checking in from Titusville. Lightning is joining us from Australia. Of course, several folks from Florida. Donnie E. watching from near Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. Very cool. Howard Crumpler, North Carolina. Ted Stryker in Sarasota, Florida. Good to see you all with us this morning as we are just cruising into the L minus 1 hour in a few seconds here.
L minus 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Starliner Houston, the pad is proceeding with cabin pressurization now.
Copy.
We are now L minus 1 hour, 26 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. The count continues to move smoothly here for the launch of the 100th Atlas V rocket, which will send Butch and Suni up to the International Space Station inside their Starliner spacecraft. And as has been the case with the first 2 launch attempts, we are fortunate to be joined this morning by our friend and former Spaceflight Now colleague, Stephen Clark, currently a space reporter with Ars Technica, and busy wearing a couple of different hats. He's tracking, obviously, this mission as well as the upcoming launch of SpaceX's Starship rocket, which is set for liftoff coming up, potentially less than 24 hours from now, if all continues to go well. Stephen, welcome back to the CFT broadcast.
Hey, good morning from Texas, Will.
So first off, I'm sure folks are curious as there's a lot of attention on that mission. How's the weather down there?
Well, I'm actually about to leave to drive down to Starbase. So where I am now in Central Texas is a little stormy. You may hear some thunder in the background, actually, but it is looking really nice down in South Texas for tomorrow morning. It'll be hot, steamy, but no weather concerns that I'm aware of.
Well, that is excellent. Of course, for those that don't know, Stephen's colleague Eric Berger is a certified meteorologist, so I'm sure you've got the inside scoop on all the potential weather happenings down there, so that is fantastic to hear. Of course, things are continuing to move smoothly with the Starliner count, the spacecraft, and the rocket, both reporting no issues at this point. So, Stephen, it's a much different picture, certainly, than the first time you and I spoke about the CFT mission back on May 6th, and fingers crossed we can get past the terminal count without issue again today.
Yep. It sounds like they've resolved that computer issue with the power supply that stopped the countdown on Saturday. And as we've seen every launch attempt so far, the blue team, the closeout crew out at the pad, has worked ahead of schedule to get the crew into the spacecraft and to close the hatch. Haven't heard anything on the loops of any significance of any major issue that's being worked in the countdown at this point. So, you're down in Florida. I guess the weather looks nice too, right, Will?
Oh yeah, the weather's just about as good as you'd like it here. Seeing some clouds starting to roll in as I'm looking out the window of our office, but the weather forecast was 90% favorable coming into today's launch opportunities. So hopefully those are just some passing clouds. I mean, there's plenty of blue skies surrounding them. I'd say we're maybe a little bit heavier on the cloud cover than Andy's room, if you want to use a Pixar metaphor. You remember the wallpaper there that was the background of that iconic film? We're just swinging our camera around to show you a wide shot of that. We'll bring that up here in just a moment. But of course, given this is the third attempt for the CFT mission to launch, Stephen, of course, you mentioned the blue team working ahead of schedule. I mean, they've had a lot of practice before the May 6th launch opportunity, but now they've had, 2 inadvertent wet dress rehearsals to get ready for this, so they're well practiced today.
Exactly right. So yeah, they've got hopefully they have everything rehearsed and they're ready for today's launch attempt. And of course, this is the first Atlas V launch that ULA has performed since last October, if I have my records correct. So that's about 8 months ago, the Amazon Kuiper mission. There has been a launch of the Vulcan rocket from this same pad since then in January, but that uses a different set of ground support equipment, a different mobile launch platform. So this is the first time this particular hardware, well, back in May at least, for that launch countdown, that launch attempt was the first time this particular set of hardware has been used in a launch countdown since last October. So there has been a bit of a lag in or a lull in launch activity for the Atlas V. So curious if ULA has found or will find that any of these issues may be related to a long period of downtime for the Atlas V rocket and what could be done in the future to mitigate those concerns. We've seen similar ground support equipment issues on the Delta IV launch pads. When that rocket was still flying, there were sometimes, a year or longer between missions from each launch site in Florida and California, and that when they got into the launch countdown, they would sometimes find an issue with hardware or software that needed to be rectified before the mission could take off. So I'm sure the ULA's engineers are looking at that and seeing what they find, seeing if that is a contributor to these ground issue that happened on Saturday, or any of the hardware issues they found with valves prior to that on the first launch attempt. So that's going to be a recurring theme for ULA going forward, because they're going to be launching for the rest of the decade the lion's share of their missions on the Vulcan rocket, but there are still, I believe, 17 Atlas V's, if my count is correct, including today's mission, left to fly, and some of those will have long gaps in between them.
Yeah, we were actually just a little bit earlier on in the broadcast talking about those final, and you do have your count right, 17 launches of the Atlas left. Of course, with the Starliner spacecraft, those will be stretched out till the end of the decade.
Starliner Houston, the side hatch is being configured. Audible noise may be heard.
Starliner, copy.
Just hearing those call-outs between the crew and the White Room. As we go ahead and take a look at the feed here, showing the activity going on inside the White Room as they're preparing to close things out in this particular part of the crew access tower. Now at L-1 hour, 19 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. Crew still has a little while before they leave the pad, as they'll be present until about L-35 minutes, when they'll do some additional crew comm checks, and then the blue team's A-team leaves this area, and hopefully will not have to return again, assuming all goes well. Going back to your comment, Stephen, yes, there, by my count as well, 17 Atlas flights left, 7 for Starliner, including the crew flight test. You've got 8 Atlases left to support Amazon's Project Kuiper satellite constellation, national security space launch mission that is USSF-51, which is, I believe, still on the schedule for sometime later this year, and then the commercial mission of Viasat-3 EMEA, which I think may have been pushed into next year, if I remember correctly, and it seems you've got information to the contrary to that. Feel free to chime in, but I think, given some of Viasat's issues with its other Viasat-3 satellite, they had shuffled this one off just a little bit, if I remember correctly.
Yep, well, that's my understanding as well. And then, like you mentioned, USSF-51 will be the final Space Force DoD mission on Atlas V in a few months, potentially. So that's right around the corner. And then a lot of copy and paste missions for the Atlas V, as I like to call them, Kuiper and Starliner.
Yeah, and a big, sort of ending of an era with the last NSSL launch. Of course, they've got several of them booked with the Vulcan rocket, but Atlas and Delta have been workhorse vehicles for the national security front for years and years, and so.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Could I talk to you briefly on channel 20?
Roger.
See, the conclusion of the Atlas and the turnover to Vulcan will be something, and obviously we're also watching closely for an announcement of the Phase 3 awards for the NSSL missions, which will see potentially a number of new entrants into the launch landscape, as they have 2 lanes, Lane 1 and Lane 2. Lane 2 will be similar to what we've seen with Phase 2 of the National Security Space Launch Contract, with 2 main providers and a third provider getting, I believe, 7 launch assignments. But then Lane 1 will have an annual competition for assignments, and you can see new launch companies basically enter and exit as they're able to demonstrate that they can fly those flight profiles and, enter into the fray. And in fact, just in the last 30 minutes, we heard news from Firefly that they have a new launch contract with Lockheed Martin for 25 missions using their Alpha rocket, leading through 2029. So, Steve, it's going to be interesting to see how the chips fall for that NSSL Phase 3 procurement.
Yep, that's right, Will. There are 2 lanes for this Phase 3 of the National Security Space Launch procurement, and of course, I think ULA and SpaceX and potentially Blue Origin are by far the likely contenders for the lane that will include a lot of the heritage or legacy NSSL type missions like GPS, NRO, big NRO spy satellite missions, things of that sort. But for this other more competitive, more commercially oriented lane, the Space Force is going to select a roster of companies that they will have at their disposal or to dole out specific task orders and contract awards for individual missions or potentially blocks of missions going forward that are slated to launch toward the end of the 2020s. It's similar. That lane is, my understanding is it's sort of designed similar to the way that NASA's Launch Services Program has launch vehicles on its roster of contractors available to select for these NASA science missions. So right now it's primarily ULA and SpaceX, but I believe New Glenn is on that list. I believe formerly the Antares from Northrop Grumman was on that list before its Antares 230 version was retired last year. I think Pegasus from Northrop Grumman is still on that list as well. So, of course, ULA and SpaceX are getting all the awards because that's who's flying.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. You mentioned Blue Origin. One of the requirements to get these assignments, as I recall it, is being able to prove the ability to fly that flight profile for any given mission. And I think you have to demonstrate that with another non-national security launch. So I'd be very interested to see how New Glenn fares when it comes to that assignments, especially if they're able to slice the pie on lane 2 with that mission. How are you kind of seeing that as New Glenn joins the fray later this year potentially?
I can't imagine any other company that is close to flying as New Glenn other than ULA and SpaceX. So I think they're probably the shoe-in for that third slot for the NSSL contract. I think the other lane is wide open. The more commercial lane is wide open. I think I haven't heard a specific number of contractors. You may recall that, Will, but that they're aiming to select for that lane. But it wouldn't surprise me if they select a half dozen or something like that of companies to basically choose from. And some of them may never perform a mission for DoD. Some of them may drop off, and some may be added to the on-ramps and off-ramps that we hear about.
Yeah, and I don't believe either we've gotten a hard and fast date or even a general window at this point of exactly when the assignments are expected to be announced. I mean, at this point in the year, I would suspect probably somewhere in the mid to late summertime, maybe sooner than that, but still a little ways to wait. We were talking about the weather just a little bit ago, bringing things back to this mission. Want to go ahead and bring in this wide shot from our camera here at the press site. You can see a little bit of a breeze, noticing with the American flag and the crew mission flag just beneath that at the flagpole to the left of the countdown clock. Some of those clouds I was mentioning hanging over the press site area, but out towards the pad itself, lots of blue skies over Space Launch Complex 41, so it doesn't seem like the weather is going to be much of an obstructive force when it comes to this mission today. Certainly good news, Stephen.
Yeah, the weather seemed nearly ideal for all 3 of these launch attempts, right? If my memory serves.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty good from a weather front. Although I will say, little hot, little muggy today for those of us that are just cruising around without flight suits with fans built into them. but otherwise, pretty nice out there.
Yeah, that's Florida in June, and I'm expecting the same sort of conditions down in the Rio Grande Valley tomorrow morning. I think the low overnight down near Starbase is only going to reach the lower 80s, so it's not going to be much of a reprieve even overnight.
Yeah, that's life on the Gulf Coast, right?
Indeed.
We are currently L minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We are now less than a minute away from, well, they've started to go through some of the leak checks, but that should all be wrapping up within the next minute or so. And then they will be leaving the pad L minus 35 minutes, so things continue to move smoothly. It's been very quiet on the nets so far, which, sort of makes me think back to the launch of Vulcan, which was a very quiet countdown for the debut of that vehicle we saw back in January. Of course, Vulcan is preparing to launch again later this year, hoping to send up the Sierra Space
RC,
Dreamliner.
verify range ready for FTS open loop test. Verified. FTS LC.
This is FTS.
Start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is kind of a quiet period in the countdown, like you were saying. The crew is on board. The rocket is fully loaded. There's no, load and go fueling that's required for the Atlas V, as we see with the SpaceX Falcon 9. Right now, it is pretty quiet until we get into the final, really 45 minutes, and I think things will pick up again.
Yeah, and you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen here for those watching at home, it is the A team of Boeing's Blue Team continuing to configure things in the White Room, removing some of the equipment there, now looking at the ASOC, the Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, formerly the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center. There, and you see, bringing this up full screen, the gentleman in the blue shirt with the striped tie, that is Leroy Kane, who is the deputy head of the Starliner program for Boeing.
Starliner Houston, we got a good leak check. You can open the vent valve.
All right, copy. Good leak check. Vent valve is coming up.
Roger.
And good call-outs from the loops here. Leroy Kane has extensive experience in human space flight, being involved in just about every shuttle mission, including all of those.
Kevin, vent valve.
We copy. Vent valve open.
The missions involving Butch and Suni. Carefully going through the flight process here, and when we spoke to him the Johnson Space Center in Houston a couple of months ago, Stephen, he was essentially telling us at the end of that conversation that even though he's been in this moment in a number of different roles, including as a flight director for NASA, coming down to this moment in the final hour before you see your friends and colleagues launch to space, if you don't have, some level of nervousness about you, if you're not in a heightened sense of awareness, then you're just not understanding the gravity of what you're about to do, is essentially what he was saying is the soberness with which you need to confront human spaceflight.
Yes, and Leroy is a former NASA flight director, including the Columbia reentry back in 2003. He is well-placed and well aware, and is of course an authority, I would say, on understanding the risks of space flight. And launching 2 astronauts on the first crew flight of Starliner is a little more hazardous, a little more risky than your normal human spaceflight mission, which carries its own requisite level of risk. So, this we heard going into this mission, Will, from Boeing and NASA, that the risk for loss of crew, I think, was 1 in 295, if my memory serves. That is a risk assessment that includes a lot of parameters that include MMOD, which is basically the risk of orbital debris or micrometeoroids, small fragments of asteroids, essentially tiny fragments, really, that could strike the spacecraft and cause damage. Other main risks include the launch. The parachutes are a big one on reentry as well. Those parachutes have to work during landing. And also the separation events, I believe, was cited as another a major contributor to that risk.
Standby AC.
Sorry, Will, were we hearing some audio from ULA there?
We were just pausing to see if we can hear any additional. Let's just hang back for a beat.
Sorry, proceed, AC.
Yeah, we've got similar indication of CSIA, thrust section temp getting close to its limits, similar to what we had before. We'd like to have a discussion on 6 about potentially.
Roger, please convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
LC lockstep.
Go ahead.
Requesting permission to perform Centaur LO2 transfer line reach up.
Roger, proceed. Blue team lead, LC on 1.
Go ahead, sir.
Roger, Centaur L2 is performing our rechill operation.
Roger, I'll alert the team.
Currently L minus 1 hour, 3 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. So you're just hearing on the loops here. It's a little bit hard to parse out, but it sounds like there's potentially a temperature somewhere on the Atlas V rocket that is trending slightly out of step. Doesn't sound like it's fully out of character, but they're discussing a rechill. So we will continue to keep our ears perked for additional information, of course.
Starliner, we have a good cabin vent. You can close and cap the vent valve per your checklist. Configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knob to desired levels.
Copy that, in work.
So Stephen obviously will stand by to listen for more about that temperature watch item. But other than that, it's been a very calm, quiet countdown. This has been the first potential, and I'll throw the word potential and underline it because we are still waiting to hear more if this may be an issue or just a slight hiccup and they can move past it. But this is the first thing that's really gone potentially out of step through this whole countdown.
Yeah, that's the first thing I've heard from the ULA team of any.
Starliner, we copied. Cabin vent valve closed and cap. Good config. Talk to you again in a few minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, Stephen, go ahead there.
Yeah, I was just agreeing with you. That's the first issue I've heard throughout the countdown as long as I've been listening. So they've convened the anomaly team, which is the standing panel of engineers who are in place in the Launch Control Center and also back at ULA's headquarters near Denver during every countdown. And their sole job is to take any issues that crop up, and they're the team that troubleshoots and develops a procedure or workaround, or perhaps reviews the issue and determines it's not a problem or constraint to launch, which I suspect is what this one will be based on the way that it was described, just a temperature issue that they've seen before that actually is not even tripping a limit. It's just nearing a limit right now.
Yeah, certainly we've heard
minus 1 hour and 1 minute.
things that are more notable in previous countdowns. As we approach the 1 hour mark, do want to note, yeah, obviously this is the second crew vehicle that will be a part of NASA's commercial crew program. And while there can be some competition or favoritism from the space fan community online and people that have their varying opinions, do want to make a point to note some unity here coming from founder of SpaceX, Elon Musk, taking to social media and his X channel, noting that the live stream for NASA was kicking off.
LC-1 AC.
Go ahead.
I'm ready to brief our recommendation for the CISA thrust section temp.
Roger. LD, channel 1.
LD on 1.
Proceed, AC.
Okay, as noted, the trend on this temp is very similar to what we saw the other day. All the other end-item components are well within band, so to avoid nuisance alarm at a bad time, we're going to recommend that line item 390 be the safe.
Roger. Copy line item 390. Correct. LC concurs. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. RLM? LC?
RLM 11.
Roger. Please disable line item 390.
Active.
It sounds like some of the lessons learned from the last launch attempt are being worked into this next flight attempt of Starliner, so that's good to hear. Sounds like they've got a plan moving forward, and we are in fact moving forward. L minus 58 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. Just to button up the point I was making before they came back on the comms.
LC on 1, this is RLM.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
Was just noting that SpaceX founder Elon Musk wishing the NASA, Boeing, and ULA teams best of luck today with the crew flight test. So nice to see that both of the commercial crew program.
FTS.
Go ahead.
Yes, Operation 55, Step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
It's good to see some support for both sides of the CCP program. Just put a button on that. Get that out before get interrupted one more time. Now L minus 56 minutes, 51 seconds and counting. Taking a look at the bottom of the frame, we're looking at Mission Control Center in Houston. Of course, there are several centers of operation for this mission, as it is touching a lot of different points here with the Boeing team, ULA teams in Colorado and Florida, Of course, you've got mission control in Houston. A lot of folks working together to make this mission possible. And the good news also is, it seems like we've not heard any additional commentary on the loops regarding the helium leak, which was, of course, studied, diagnosed, and prepared for contingencies following the first scrub back on May 6th. Stephen, certainly something else good that we have not heard excessively about today is that helium leak.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Exactly right,
Go
Will.
ahead,
And
Slick.
in fact, on Saturday when they
CSA-100
did
pad operations are
the
complete
priming
and
or
ready to
activation.
configure the white room for launch. Annulus purge was disconnected at 13:54 Zulu.
Roger. Blue team lead, LC.
Go ahead.
Perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure white room for launch.
Roger.
Sounds like the blue team is getting ready to leave the pad and go back to their fallback positions. Yeah, the helium leak, have heard no mention of that during the countdown. And in fact, on Saturday, when they reported the status of that leak, when they activated the propulsion system on Starliner, the leak rate had decreased. So that's seems to be a good sign, and no mention today, also a good sign.
Yeah, really a very smooth countdown so far, and with the exception of that slight temperature watch item, which sounds like they've got a good handle on, we're well positioned for a liftoff in 54 minutes and some change, which is excellent. Just running through some of the objectives of the mission while they're going to be on orbit. Go ahead and bring this over here on screen. These are some of the items that SpaceX, thinking about too many things today, that Boeing and NASA are going to be tracking. I know, I need to keep my brain in today. We'll talk about Starship tomorrow. Here are the flight objectives for the Starliner spacecraft. So you can see here on your screen to demonstrate performance of crew-related equipment from pre-launch through Ascent, which of course they are in the process of right now. Confirm vehicle thruster performance for manual abort demo. Comms checkouts, manual and automated navigation. Check out the light support systems. Perform hatch operations, configure spacecraft for quiescent mode, transfer emergency equipment. Evaluation of vehicle displays and cargo transfer systems while in a docked configuration. Confirm functionality of manual piloting using backup mode. Deorbit with successful separation of crew module from the service module. And entry and descent to include aero deceleration, target landing, and recovery of crew and spacecraft. So lots on their plate with this mission, Stephen. We've talked a couple of times through these launch attempts about some of the important things. Obviously, going into that backup mode is going to be a key operation, essentially. If something were to happen with the computer system and Starliner, that Butch and Suni could really take over and fly this thing manually and do a great portion of this flight profile basically on their own. Taking a look at this list, what kind of jumps out to you for some of the things that they're going to be doing throughout the flight test mission?
One of those, obviously, is the manual flying you were just talking about, Will. There are two modes in which they could be manually controlling Starliner in orbit. One would be using, I think, the nominal computer system and just taking it off autopilot, but flying through the general flight computer. The other is, like you said, downmoding, as they call it, to this backup propulsion controller, which is essentially another computer that bypasses the standard computer network that controls Starliner, assuming everything goes well. And I think to get into that situation, you would probably need multiple failures to get into that situation where you would need to use that backup propulsion controller. But in that situation, Butch Wilmore, the commander, can actually command individual thrusters to fire directly without going through the normal flight computer in the cockpit. So and using his hand controller essentially, or joystick in the cockpit, he can manually command thrusters to fire. That demonstration, I believe, is scheduled for after undocking. The manual flight on the way up to the station will be using just the regular backup mode, using the regular computers on Starliner. That's one big thing that stands out. I think another one that doesn't get a lot of attention is maybe not as much attention as the other objectives I'll mention is on board the station when Starliner is docked. The Butch and Suni will bring in 2 of the space station crew members into Starliner, and they will actually live and operate inside Starliner for a short period of time to kind of get a feel for what it's going to be like with 4 astronauts inside the capsule. Obviously, this mission only has 2 astronauts. These post missions after the test flight, these operational crew rotation missions will carry 4 at a time. So they may learn something about how things are laid out in the cabin, where cargo maybe need to be stored, where they need to put different items, personal crew items, within reach to make sure all the crew members can reach the their checklists or tablets during flight, make sure everything is within arm's reach during the launch and reentry, and just kind of get a feel for how much space and volume and they'll have with all 4 people inside the spacecraft, with all the cargo and all the other stuff they'll be carrying with them.
Yeah, they're really gonna run the gamut. I mean, I remember, I forget which pre-launch press conference this was, but one of the questions that I had for Butch and Suni was asking about just what you mentioned, bringing aboard some of the fellow crew members that are on station currently and testing out what the operational capabilities of Starliner are with 4 crew members on board docked to the space station. And then she joked, of course, saying, well, we'll let them in if they're nice. Yeah, we'll see. This is a crew that likes to cut up and have fun. Suni will talk about her dogs at any occasion she possibly has. And, Butch will often bring up his family and the support that they're receiving. So it's good to see this crew looking forward to being with their colleagues. And, of course, while they're docked to station, speaking of colleagues, Suni will be joining with her class of 1998 colleague, Tracy Dyson. They were actually, at one point in time, hoping to be able to fly together. The stars didn't quite align for that, but now looking forward to finally meeting each other in space. It's going to be a nice moment when Suni comes to the hatch and is able to, I'm sure, give a big ol' embrace to Tracy Dyson on board station right now.
Yeah, Butch and Suni have both been to the ISS twice before, but it's been 10 or more years since either of them were on the space station. So I'm sure they're eager to see how the space station has changed over the last 10 years as there's a lot more science, a lot more cargo, more experiments going on the station than the last time they were there. And I'm sure Butch and Suni wouldn't mind a few days extra stay on the station if the mission gets extended due to weather or some other factor.
Yeah, of course, there's plenty of food.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead on 1.
Roger.
Environmental seal has been raised and White Room is configured for launch. Blue Team is ready to clear the pad.
Roger. We're going to hold about 5 minutes before we give the final clear, Blue Team Lead.
Understood. We'll fall back to level 12 and prepare.
Roger.
And a good call out there that the Blue Team themselves are ready to leave the pad. I'm going to hang back for another few minutes, though, as we've been saying they're working well ahead of schedule, and so they're nominally set to depart according to the timeline at L minus 35 minutes. So this will bring it just a little bit closer to that, and by the time they walk out of the White Room area, down the elevator, and get into their vehicle and head off, it'll be probably just about that L minus 35 minute mark. There'll be another weather briefing after that. And then L minus 22 minutes, we'll hear the flight director go through the go, no go poll to head into the terminal count. so things continue to move smoothly with this mission. Just talking about Butch and Suni being back at the station, Stephen, you mentioned it's been quite a long time since they've been up there. Suni said to us that she's looking forward to heading down to the Russian segment, of course, having flown aboard Soyuz spacecraft up to the ISS previously. It's been a while since she's been able to check that out and, like you said, see some of the new things that are on that side of station, on the U.S. side. And when I asked Butch, what is he most looking forward to being on orbit, in addition to all of the checkouts and
flight control.
Go ahead.
Steps, Operation 60, Step 70. L-3 primary steering file, adjust underscore AV085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 1 Echo Bravo Charlie has been received, verified, and is ready to load into the Inca.
Proceed with load.
Roger.
And what I was just starting to say was that Butch looking forward to, as he put it, I'm paraphrasing here only slightly, flying through the station like Superman. Arms out front and just gliding through the various pieces of the ISS. Enjoying leaping over all the tall buildings with a single bound.
A favorite pastime of astronauts, I imagine.
Oh, I can only imagine. It would be probably the first and last things I would do if I were ever able to get the chance to go up on orbit and go to a space station. Just see how straight of a shot you can make for yourself and then just cruise on through. Try not to hit anything on the way. We are now L-44 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. You see members of the A team for the blue team hanging out here on the tower. They were asked to hang back for just a couple of minutes before they go ahead and begin to depart. See CFT Commander Butch Wilmore certainly looking relaxed, as he and Suni have been here before in the capsule ready to launch. And so I'm sure this is a moment of quiet reflection. They've gone through hours upon months upon years of training to get to this point, and now it is almost the moment for them to finally head up to space aboard the Starliner, nicknamed Calypso. That was on Suni's recommendation. Steve and I don't imagine you've developed mind-reading powers just yet, but knowing what you do about these two astronauts, these two seasoned test pilots in their own right, what do you imagine is going through their minds at this point, knowing that they've gone through a couple of scrubs, that they've been at this point getting all the way down to T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds before that scrub call was made? How do you think they're viewing this moment at this point in time, now just about 43 minutes before launch?
Well, like you said, Will, they certainly do appear relaxed. I think they're both really confident in the training they've received to handle anything that the Starliner or Atlas throws at them, or ground systems potentially during the countdown throws at them. So they've gone through, many hours of simulations, probably hundreds of hours of simulations to test their response to all sorts of failures or issues they could encounter. And Suni Williams, I think, is for sure. I think they're both relishing the moment, but Suni Williams has talked about that.
Operation 60, Step 110, L-3 primary steering file, adjust underscore AV085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 1 Echo Bravo Charlie has been verified and loaded into the Inca.
Roger.
It sounds like they're uploading some trajectory information into the Atlas V flight computer based on the upper level wind conditions today. But back to your question, Will, I think Suni is really enjoying it and taking it in, because she mentioned before the first launch attempt that she wouldn't mind if it scrubbed the first time, because that'll give her an opportunity the second time around to really relish the moment.
OSM, LC. Clear the flight hazard area. Turn area warning system lights for complex 41 to flashing red. And sound the area warning horn after the crew vehicles leave the area.
Roger.
I know it's tricky to dip in and out when the calls over the loops come in, moments that we can't always foresee. So
FELC.
Go ahead.
Disable CAT TVM system monitoring.
Roger. LCFE.
Go, FE.
CAT TVM system disabled. Roger.
Taking a look at the wide shot here that you're seeing right now, looks like there's a watercraft out there. Hopefully that is just the Coast Guard patrolling in the 40 minutes prior to launch, and there's not a wayward vessel in the keep out zone. Obviously we've seen missions scrub for frankly nonsense like that, where even though warnings are posted well in advance of where watercraft are expected to keep out in the run-up to launch, that wayward vessel can get in the wrong space at the wrong time and put everything on hold. Again, not saying that that is necessarily the case right now, just want to note that we are keeping an eye on that boat out there, and presumably that will be the Coast Guard just monitoring for vehicles that should not be there. Stephen, we both had our share of getting hopes up for launches, and then a ship just comes into the exact wrong spot, exactly when you hope for it not to.
Starliner Houston on 1 for comm check.
CDR loud and clear.
Starliner Houston, we have you loud and clear on 1 as well. We'll call that our L-35 comm checks. Moving on, for your awareness, boot team has departed the pad. As a reminder, the environmental seal is up, so you'll have to deal with that if you get out from this point on. And I have your AEL checklist updates, but I'll just summarize them. There's no change from our last. Let me know if you need anything, but no change to the numbers.
Okay, copy. No, we need none of them, no change. And we'll go triage side 12, which is a right turn to the south.
Right turn is correct. And that completes our L-35 updates. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stand by for LC.
LC Flight Channel 1.
Flight this ALC, stand by 1.
Stand by. Go ahead, Flight. This is LC on 1.
Yeah, ready for comm check on CSD Underground 2.
Roger.
Here we go.
No, L minus 37 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. You can see they're just beyond the lightning protection tower on the right-hand side of your screen. The A teams for the blue team is leaving the pad perimeter. As you see inside the Starliner spacecraft.
Blue team has cleared the pad.
Roger.
Butch continues to go through the physical manual and the procedures that they are going through for this countdown. Of course, they do have a digital version of this, but sometimes it's always nice to just turn a piece of paper in your hand, and given that Starliner is a very tactile type of spacecraft, it's unsurprising, Stephen, that Butch and Suni would want to have these manuals, these physical manuals with them as well.
Yeah, these pilots, these astronauts are creatures of habit. They're used to having that with them on Space Shuttle and on Soyuz, which they've both launched aboard on their previous flights. So, the astronauts who have flown Dragon are all happy with the experience on board SpaceX's Crew Dragon, but most of them do acknowledge it is a change for them to kind of make the adjustment to having manual control and a conventional cockpit to using the touchscreens, which by all accounts they are fine with. They enjoy the touchscreens. That has all the functionality they need, but it is more of an adjustment from their normal, the normal way they would fly an aircraft. And Butch and Sunny had mentioned when they got into the Starliner cockpit, they felt right at home.
Absolutely. We are now at L-minus 36 minutes, 5 seconds and counting. And we're going to go ahead and bid a farewell to our friend Stephen Clark, who's been very generous with his time joining us on the broadcast this morning. Stephen, always good to have you with us. And we'll actually be talking tomorrow when we start our Starship coverage. But for now, where can folks find you if they'd like to keep up with your work at Ars Online?
Well, first of all, you can go to www.arstechnica.com. It's all one word, and you'll see my coverage there. Most recently, stories on Starliner and Starship. And you can follow me on X at Stephen Clark 1, where I post links to all my stories there, and also any other tidbits or interesting news or observations.
Fabulous. Well, hope you're able to get some rest today. Good luck with the rest of the journey down to Starbase, and look forward to talking with you in less than 24 hours as we get ready for that launch. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, Will.
Alrighty, take care. And for those of us sticking with us, we are now L-minus 34 minutes, 57 seconds and counting.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can also give you step 60. Light hazard area has been cleared of all personnel accounted for.
Roger.
Taking a look at our live chat here on YouTube. First off, want to thank the more than 18,000 of you who are joining with us live today. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button. It allows more folks to find their way into our live coverage as we are heading into the final 30 minutes before liftoff. And want to thank a few folks who have offered their support for our coverage as well as we've been talking with Stephen. Thanks to Joe Polita for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Saying great job again. We build model scale rockets, which is very cool. Aerospace Rocketry, which I'm assuming is connected to Joe, also with a mirroring message, but a $10 super chat on its own. Thank you so much, Aerospace Rocketry. Diane Caller with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Diane. Saying Godspeed to the astronauts and the support crew, I'm sure. Diane is checking in from Ormond Beach here in Florida, saying so proud. Want to welcome a couple new channel members, Patrick C. and Joe Girardi, joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard to the two of you. We're glad to have you with us. And a thanks to Mama T for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Mama T. Thanks for the generosity. And to our 10 newest channel members, we're glad to have you with us as well. Be sure to thank her in the live chat if you haven't already. Lastly, for now, thanks to channel member Ralph Kilcup for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Ralph. Good to see you today. Mel Roberts Harold with a $5 super chat saying hopefully there will be more than 18,000 like and share hits too. And wouldn't that be something? That'll really get up the engagement, and the more folks are commenting in the live chat and liking and sharing the stream, the more easily folks will be able to find it. Just how the YouTube algorithm works. And a thanks to Frank Skurlock for a $2 super chat as well. Appreciate that from you as well, sir. And as I mentioned a little while ago as we were talking with Steven, that in the past hour, SpaceX founder Elon Musk wishing the Boeing, ULA, and NASA teams well on the Starliner crew flight test mission set to lift off now less than 31 minutes from now. Also retweeted by ULA President CEO Tori Bruno saying thank you. And adding in a comment to a commenter saying that, quote, competition is just part of doing the right thing for customers, which is what we're all here for. And that is an important part for NASA as well, having what they call the dissimilar redundancy of both Starliner and Crew Dragon be able to ferry astronauts to and from the International Space Station. And in now 3 seconds, we will hit the
30 minutes.
L minus 30 minute
RC,
mark.
conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Arm control, start arm hydraulic final preps.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
L minus 29 minutes.
Prop 1, LC.
Prop 1, go.
Are we complete?
Yes, RD-180 transducer converter calibration is complete and the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control, start flight control final prep.
Roger.
LC, P&E 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
L minus 27 minutes.
L minus 25 minutes.
Now L minus 25 minutes and counting, as you just heard. Things continue to move nominally on this countdown. Heading towards a liftoff at 10:52 a.m. Eastern, 14:52 UTC for our friends joining us from around the world. I want to thank the Goated One for gifting 2 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that. And to Sven Ripsas for a €2 super chat. Wishing all the best from Berlin, Germany. Good to see Berlin in the house today. And to Stephen McCamey, one of our wonderful channel members, with a $5 super chat as well. Thank you so much for your support this morning.
LC, this flight control.
Go ahead.
Step 90, flight control final preps complete, and Atlas hydraulics at standby pressure.
Roger.
Coming up next in just about a minute from now, the flight director will conduct the go, no go poll to proceed into the terminal count.
23 minutes.
SYS, switch all secondary decoms, RF link, and verify lock.
Roger.
Initiate orbital parameter calculations on primary CCLS.
Roger.
We are now 30 seconds away from that poll being conducted. So let's go ahead and listen in to the mission loops. Hear the results of that poll. Hopefully preparing for a launch in 22 minutes and some change.
L minus 22 minutes.
LC, Lexlin.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
All secondary. Secondary.
Yeah, you're breaking up, SYS.
All secondary decals verified on RF link.
I did copy that. Please check your headset.
L minus 21 minutes. L minus 20 minutes.
P&E1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Roger.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table are in the correct configuration for terminal count.
The lumbar support.
Verify.
Configure your restraint.
RC, verify solar radiation, acceptable for launch.
Here will be
Verify.
commanding off. Suit fan Bravo momentarily.
Starliner copies.
L minus 19 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. According to ULA President CEO Tori Bruno, they are, quote, working our way through various polls. So far, all go. Working no issues. The board is green. And you can see that board in the top of the screen here in the ASOC.
All communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
L minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger.
Launch on time verified.
Roger.
LC, P&E1.
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
L minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch in the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
Verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
Now L minus 16 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. So far, we have not heard going out over the loops the go-no-go poll to proceed, but it seems like things are moving ahead as we're panning and looking at what I believe is Playa Linda Beach, a little bit north of
L minus 16 minutes.
the pad here. It's a great viewing spot if you're in the Florida Space Coast area looking to watch a launch from either Pad 39A or Pad 40 or Pad 41, especially one that has a northeasterly trajectory like we're about to see in just a little over 15 minutes from now.
L minus 15 minutes.
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1.
Roger. Starliner, LC, com check on channel 1.
LC, Starliner, loud and clear.
I have you loud and clear also.
Starliner, Houston, com check, air to ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and clear on air to ground 1.
We are now less than 14 minutes away from the launch of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft, launching for the first time with astronauts on board. Commander Butch Wilmore, pilot Suni Williams, both seasoned astronauts with 2 flights to space apiece, both returning to the International Space Station, the home that they have not known for quite some time, as they will be doing some manual operations of the Starliner spacecraft on the way as they close into docking and while docked aboard the International Space Station. Lots of data to collect, lots of learning to be had here on this mission, which will last a little more than a week. As you just heard, they have merged the communications with Channel 1. The crew arm is set to retract coming up in about 2 minutes. I want to thank the more than 35,000 of you who are joining with us live this late morning now. If you haven't already, we would love it if you could hit that like button for us. It allows more folks to find this live coverage, as we are now less than 13 minutes away from the launch of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft with Butch and Suni on board.
Starliner, Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
And a good call out, the visors are coming down. They will be zipped up. Allowing the flight suits to be put in a good configuration for this mission.
Houston, Starliner, visors closed.
Houston copies, visors closed.
Earlier on in the countdown, they
12 minutes.
performed a check of the suit fans inside Butch and Suni's suits. During the last launch attempt on June 1st, there was an issue with those coming on. They were able to troubleshoot that in real time, but between then and now, they have also created some additional updates and figured out a way to make sure those suit fans were in working order. So that is no longer a watch item here. So we are now 11.5 minutes away from liftoff. Taking a look at the live chat, want to thank a few folks for your support this afternoon, or late morning, I should say. Want to thank college or high school diploma for a $5 super chat. Really appreciate that. Want to thank Cowgirl for a $119.
11 minutes.
Arm controls, though the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
Super chat joining us from Norway, wishing good luck to Butch and Suni. Just heard that call out for crew access arm retract. We'll see that arm swing away from the Starliner spacecraft. Here's a view from inside the White Room. And if you notice that NASA meatball in the lower left-hand corner of just outside the door, just beneath that, unfortunately positioned just out of frame, there are 2 important icons on this particular Starliner spacecraft, little blue outlines of Starliner itself. One that says OFT, the other says CFT, marking the 2 missions that this particular Starliner is designated to fly. See the crew access
10 minutes.
continuing to swing away as
Flight
we're
verify
now
CST 100 on internal power. Verified.
less than 10 minutes.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and win.
All good call-outs from the nets here. Jimmy Saint with a $2 Canadian
Roger.
super chat, wishing Godspeed from Canada. I want to thank Psychonaut69 for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Mark Otto for gifting 10. Really appreciate that from the two of you. Aaron Breitbach with a $5 super chat, saying that she is watching from the West Causeway at KSC. Thanks for the great narration. Well, we're very happy to bring you our live launch commentary. We're appreciative of your support of that. Greg Jazz Jr. with a $2 super chat, thanking whomever gifted him the channel membership. So thanks for that. Always great to grow our community organically like that. Agenicity, I think is how you pronounce that. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Kenny Luba with a $5 super chat as well. Thank you, Kenny. And channel member Josh King with a $10 super chat, saying what we're all thinking. Hopefully a third time's the charm today. So again, go Butch and Sunita, and go Starliner. And to Doc's $5 super chat, hoping for a prayer for the crew on board. Butch Wilmore is actually an ordained minister, and he did offer a prayer with the Boeing's Blue Team prior to their loading on board the Starliner spacecraft. So I'll go ahead and say
8 minutes.
that box has been checked as we are less than 8 minutes from liftoff of this 100th Atlas V rocket to date.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Crew access arms stowed for launch.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
-7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GC cube.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
Com.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner, go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner, net is clear.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the White Room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Suni and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark,
Roger.
the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark.
And with that, the T-minus clock
Ground power is enabled.
is now synced with the L-minus clock. And we are past the point of the scrub for the second launch attempt. Continuing on with the terminal count for the Starliner crew flight test aboard the 100th Atlas rocket to launch to date.
Atlas hydraulics at flight press.
With some words of encouragement from Commander Butch Wilmore, noting that when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and they are ready to light this candle, begin the journey of more than 10 days, a journey years in the making. We are now L-minus 3 minutes and counting.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks. Securing LO2 topping.
250. FTS internal.
Now coming up on the final 2 minutes before liftoff. A big thank you to the more than 62,000 of you who are joining with us live to witness this moment in history as NASA prepares to have its second
159. Vehicle internal.
crewed vehicle that can transport its astronauts to and from the space station from U.S. soil.
150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
140.
Launch enabled.
137.
FTS armed.
Now less than a minute and a half to go. Coming up in just about 10 seconds, the
120. OCU's armed.
launch abort system will be enabled.
Starliner, last arm to auto.
Last arm auto.
Roger.
1 minute to liftoff.
Rock report range status.
Range green.
54.
PLP started.
We are now 40 seconds away from the launch of the Atlas rocket. The first time since the Mercury program that an Atlas family of rockets has sent a human to space.
Status check.
Go Atlas. Go Centaur.
Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Suni.
15 seconds. And here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. RD-180 engine start and liftoff. Liftoff of the Atlas V rocket carrying NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. The Starliner crew flight test is now skyward.
Houston, Starliner roll.
Roger, roll.
Starliner Atlas beginning its rollover maneuver, bringing Butch and Suni into a heads-up position. Let's listen to the roar of that RD-180 engine and those two solid rocket motors. Atlas continues to climb as we're approaching Mach 1. The Atlas V now soaring through the clouds above Florida's Space Coast.
You got a good throttle up.
And this view from our friend Pete Carson's with Max Q Productions. Great view of that initial burn of the Atlas's RD-180 engine and the two solid rocket boosters. SRB jettison is coming up now in just a little,
SRB burnout.
About 30 seconds.
Good SRB.
About T plus 2 minutes and 20.4 seconds.
Good handle.
Good handle.
Coming up now about 10 seconds away from SRB jettison. And there they go. Now about 2.5 minutes into this first crewed flight test for the Starliner spacecraft. Things are moving nominally with this Atlas V flight. The third time, in fact, was the charm. Coming up next will be the Atlas booster engine cutoff BECO.
CLG in that good trajectory.
CLG.
It's coming up at about T plus 4 minutes, 28.9 seconds. And a beautiful view of Florida's Space Coast in the eastern United States as the Atlas vehicle continues its ascent. It's going to be flying just under an orbital trajectory. It'll allow the safest flight path, according to ULA, for the Starliner spacecraft. If something were to happen during this ascent period, it gives the most opportunities for an abort if one is needed. The Starliner spacecraft is capable of doing its own orbital insertion burn, which it will do following separation of the spacecraft. Starliner separation comes up at T plus 14 minutes, 55.4 seconds. That orbital insertion burn coming up at T plus 31 minutes into flight. Again, we are just now less than 30 seconds away from Atlas booster engine cutoff BECO. Coming up at T plus 4 minutes, 28 seconds. The Atlas V's main engine is pulling back to maintain a constant 3.5 Gs of acceleration. ULA also notes that the Centaur dual engine upper stage is beginning its chill down sequence before its ignition comes up. And you see separation. After what appeared to be a brief loss of visual signal, those two
staging. ECAL's open, you have sublimator rock.
Decal sub-act. Great Atlas.
There goes the aero skirt that you just saw. No longer needed for aerodynamic reasons.
Staging was good. You have good control.
Been jettisoned from the Starliner spacecraft.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
Plus 31.
ULA opting to shift to the computer rendering animation of the Centaur upper stage of the Atlas V rocket. Appearing to have some sort of hiccup getting the video signal from the onboard cameras. Now a little more than 6.5 minutes into flight. The burn of the Centaur upper stage engines will continue on until T plus 11 minutes, 55.4 seconds. Those engines will cease firing, go into a slight coast, and then Starliner will separate at T plus 14 minutes, 55.4 seconds.
Good Centaur.
Good Centaur.
Now coming up on 8 minutes into flight, you can see the live telemetry data.
St. John's open.
In
St. John's.
Upper right-hand corner of your screen. Call out just noting as they are passing through various abort areas, should they be needed. Now about 8.5 minutes into flight, things continue to go well for the first crewed mission of Starliner.
Starliner MECO converged 11:5 to 11:52. Good perf. You're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52. 34 seconds.
No action, Starliner, on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
Outstanding. No action.
Now coming up on 10 minutes into flight, things continue to move well with the Atlas V upper stage, Centaur. We are now less than 2 minutes away from the Centaur main engine cutoff, or MECO 1.
Starliner, you have good cooling.
Good cooling.
Of course, with a good launch of the Atlas V rocket, the Brevard County Emergency Operations Center has now deactivated their launch operations support team. No longer needed, as this mission is well on its way on its own.
Seconds to MECO.
30 seconds.
See here the clock out here at the press lawn, just a few seconds away from MECO. And there we go. Didn't hear a call out for it, but see it graphically represented on the screen here.
Nominal MECO Starliner.
And there's that confirmation.
Nominal MECO.
Acknowledged by Butch Wilmore on board Starliner. And now we are just minutes away from Starliner being sent off on its own. Spacecraft separation is set for T plus 14 minutes and 55.4 seconds. And then for just the third time, Starliner will be
LV step 14:5 to 1452.
1452.
on its own here. As we mentioned, it will perform its own orbital insertion burn.
LC LAX 1.
That OI is coming up at T plus 31 minutes, or just about 11:23 a.m. Eastern. 15:23 UTC for our friends joining around the world.
LC LAX 1 on 1.
Go ahead.
Atlas LO2 storage tank below 10 PSIG.
Roger. Readiness poll for pad entry. Atlas LO2.
Ready.
Water system.
I didn't know if we were supposed to hear that. That was... Sorry, just some background communication here. Now, T plus 14 minutes, 11 seconds and counting. Less than a minute away from Starliner separation.
No action on the cabin temp Starliner.
No action.
Now 20 seconds away from spacecraft SEP. And with that, Starliner flying free once again, this time with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams on board.
LV-SEP confirmed.
Good LV-SEP.
Just to reiterate, I know I've mentioned that Starliner is performing its own orbital insertion. Essentially, they're not in orbit just yet. The Starliner spacecraft will raise its own apogee and speed to an orbital velocity to begin its journey chasing down the International Space Station. That orbital insertion burn coming up at T plus 31 minutes. The Atlas V flies in a just beneath orbital flight path for this mission in order to maximize the number of opportunities for an abort had one been necessary, but now that we are at this point in the mission, Starliner is on its own.
Starliner, your nominal TDRS show MDL is active. You have good targeting for OI.
Good targeting.
For those that recall the first orbital flight test of Starliner back in 2019, it was that burn that caused the hiccups. The onboard timing system was way off course, and so the spacecraft thought it was much farther in the mission than it actually was. And by the time they were able to get things back on track as far as that was concerned, they had used up more fuel than they were comfortable with making a docking attempt.
Yeah, if you could relay a message to our brethren at ULA.
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been a member of the family for a long time, but now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
And Houston Starliner, last arm is off. backup control switches, enable 1 on, enable 2 off. SM, RCS is the mode.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on, enable 2 is off. SM, RCS, you're in a good config.
Good config.
Your EXDV targets are on board and good.
Good EXDV.
We are now T plus 20 minutes, 46 seconds and counting. Now just about 10 minutes away from that orbital insertion burn. Again, this will raise the Starliner spacecraft, put it on a path to begin chasing down the International Space Station. The docking set up for less than 24 hours from now, or just thereabouts.
Starliner, still no action on your cabin temp. You're in a good config. It's 74 degrees in there. Yeah, that's just due to that T2 sensor sitting beside the light. So we're actually going to inhibit that particular sensor. We'll let you know when we bring it back online.
Okay, great. Looks like we're on our way to thrust align.
Denver.
Now T plus 23 minutes, 56 seconds and counting into the mission. So far things are going smoothly with the first crewed flight of the Starliner spacecraft. Again, the next big milestone coming up.
Starliner, we did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
We are watching for that all-important orbital insertion burn. Coming up at T plus 31 minutes. That burn lasting a total of 42 seconds to put Starliner in a stable orbit. There will then be another burn at T plus 1 hour and 15 minutes that will circularize Starliner's orbit, beginning the process, set them on a path for rendezvous.
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
We're now less than 4 minutes away from that orbital insertion burn. As you've been looking at this 3D rendering of the Starliner spacecraft, you may have noticed some colorful bursts from around the solar panel. This is the aft end of the spacecraft, the service module. Starliner spacecraft has 28 what are called reaction control thrusters all around the vehicle. It's part of its propulsion system. And I mentioned a little bit earlier on a share of camaraderie across aerospace companies. In the last couple of minutes, did have a comment posted from Gwen Shotwell, the head of day-to-day SpaceX operations, saying congratulations to NASA, Boeing, and ULA on this morning's launch to the space station. Godspeed to Butch, Suni, and Starliner on your flight. Coming up a little bit later on this morning, we are expecting a post-launch news conference that will include NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, among others. Should be a little more than an hour from the orbital insertion burn. Part of the operational part of the Starliner mission, of course, as we were talking about with Stephen Clark a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, and as we've mentioned before, it's going to be seeing Butch and Suni take the stick and do some manual piloting of the Starliner spacecraft. That demonstration expected to begin about 2 hours and 40 minutes into flight. We're actually about 2 hours 45 minutes into flight, coming about an hour after some crew remarks at about T plus 1 hour and 50 minutes into this mission. They'll start by pointing spacecraft towards the TDRS satellite. That's the T plus 2 hours 45 minute timeline part of the mission. Then they'll do some other maneuvering at just about 3 hours and 5 minutes. Delta V abort burn demo at T plus 3 hours and 40 minutes. We are coming up on that orbital insertion burn, now just about 5 seconds away. Let's listen in. This burn's set to last about 42 seconds in total, so we're about halfway through the burn.
We take a look. That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
And handshakes in the control room. A round of applause in the ASOC and a standing ovation for all the teams that have brought us to this moment, led by Leroy Kane in the center with the blue shirt and the tie there. It's been a long journey for folks to get here. Now breathing a sigh of relief, getting past the point that caused the wrap down of the orbital flight test back in 2019, getting past that orbital insertion burn. They were able to do this once back in 2022 for that uncrewed orbital flight test number 2. And now with astronauts on board, the Starliner spacecraft is now making its way to the International Space Station. Again, set for docking process to begin tomorrow late morning. Docking and soft capture is expected at about T plus 25 hours and 24 minutes.
Starliner Houston.
Go ahead, Starliner Houston.
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there. From the ground, we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60 seconds, and then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
Okay, we copy. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Starliner, we see the sublimator message. No immediate action, but want to discuss. Let me know if you're there.
Yeah, no action. Standing by.
Okay, so you're still on the sublimator with good cooling. The rate of usage is still a little bit more than we thought it was going to be. We plan to take this all the way down to 10% water remaining in your sublimator. 10%. When we get there, we're going to close leg 2 of the sublimator. If we lose you, if you go Nordo, we want you to take leg 2 to off. That's Eclipse ATCS tab stop 5 to OFF when the sublimator gets to 10%.
Okay, copy. You're going to take sublimator 2 to close. If we go Nordo at 10%, we'll take it off with the tab stop 5.
Affirmative. I think your tab 5 will actually say close, but you're right. To close / off at 10%, and we'll have more for you soon.
Okay, copy that. Closed.
Starliner, just what we're seeing, we're expecting to be on the radiators here in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes is what we're working with.
Okay, standing by, and if you need us for anything, let us know.
We're now T plus 41 minutes, 25 seconds and counting into the mission so far. As you've been hearing through the mission audio loops, we've been talking about the sublimator that is appearing to use more water than expected. As noted from Mission Control, they plan to allow that to go down to 10% water remaining. Just for a description of sublimator, rejects heat by using the process of sublimation, which is when a substance, such as water, changes from the solid phase directly to the vapor phase. As you heard during the most recent call-out, it is only used for short periods of time, that sublimator. Taking a look at the countdown clock right now, these folks right here, you're looking at the A team of Boeing's blue team. These are the folks that helped get Butch and Suni on their way to space and have been instrumental in all 3 of the launch attempts here. Likely going to take a group photo in front of the countdown clock, marking the moment when their part of this mission has finally concluded and they can breathe easy with a job well done getting Butch and Suni into the Starliner spacecraft safely and now on their way to chase down the International Space Station. Great moment for this team here. The person taking this photo, I believe, is the woman who's the astronaut liaison.
Starliner, as discussed, there's 10%. We've closed leg 2, standing by on rads.
Okay, yep, we see leg 2 closed as well, and we're waiting on rads with you.
That call there Shutting off the sublimator, switching to the radiator. It's the call you just heard there. Getting some photos by the countdown clock with the pad in the background. Taking a look inside Mission Control Houston, the gentleman with the pen to his lips, that is Mike Lammers. He is the flight director
with,
for this
Mission
phase
Control
of the mission for launch and ascent. A second ago, you were seeing the person to his left. That was Josh Kutryk, Canadian Space Agency astronaut and Capcom for this mission. It's the point of contact between Starliner and Mission Control.
stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensory Tracking Assembly, which is a long name because it's very important.
So that system actually does many things for Starliner. It's a combination star tracker. It's also the cameras that look at station and tell the Starliner flight control system exactly where it is and which direction it is pointed relative to space station. So the spacecraft autopilot itself will use that information during docking for automated dockings, and the crew can see those cameras while they're doing their manual docking should they need it.
So you'll be hearing a lot about the Vestas over the next 24 hours as Starliner makes its way to the space station. That is a key part of the systems that we'll be checking out along the way and then using for the actual docking.
Yes, and that system is made up of 6 cameras. It's got it's a dual redundant system, so there's 2 copies of each. There's 2 regular spectrum cameras that similar to what the human eye can see. One for a narrow field of view for looking longer distance, one for a wide field of view for shorter distances. There's also an infrared camera that can help Starliner see station while it's in the dark. It also has a laser-based LiDAR rangefinder that can also pick out the structure on station and kind of paint a 3D view of station inside of the flight computer. So that gets tied in with the rest of the data to help Starliner know exactly where it is relative to station.
David.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a call. I'm not sure Joe's going to want to leave, but we'll pass it along.
You may be right. He said a lot of free bacon.
Sounds good.
You heard there that go for orbit ops that was communicated up to the crew that we were talking about just a moment ago. And also, of course, Butch Wilmore calling down that the chief astronaut, Joe Acaba, can be released from quarantine. Butch and Suni went into quarantine April 22nd, so they had a bit of a longer than expected quarantine as they waited for today's launch, but they are safely in space. So now that those who have been in close contact with them and needed to preserve their own quarantine to make sure that no germs were sent up to the International Space Station can also end their quarantine.
And Houston, are you ready for PCS activation?
We're ready. Here go for PCS activation.
Here we go.
And of course, things are going to continue on here as the mission progresses, approaching the first hour in flight. Coming up at T plus 1 hour and 15 minutes, they will circularize their orbit with another burn. We're going to go ahead and thank the folks who have been supporting us in the back half of this live launch coverage and begin to wind things down as we are preparing for the post-launch press conference coming up shortly, as well as, of course, preparation for live launch coverage of tomorrow's Starship launch attempt from South Texas. So taking a look at the live chat here, want to thank Peter Masaya for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Peter, saying what a great event. Appreciate your support of it. Matt Ash with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Matt. This coming in before liftoff. Pal 9000 with a €12 super chat. Thank you, Pal, saying let's light this candle. David Warburton with a £1 super chat. Thank you, David. Different David. David Thiel with a $40 super chat. Really appreciate your support at that level, David. Thank you so much. Clove Coach CC with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Clove. Jack Wagner with a $20 super chat. Thanks for supporting us at that level, Jack, who is checking in from, apologies if I mispronounced this, Wasilla, Alaska, joining in from our northernmost state. Bullen Motors USA with a $5 super chat saying the best of luck. Haley Higgins with a $2 super chat saying may God bless them. Greg Jazz Jr. with a $2 super chat. Way to go, guys. My mother, Mary Robinson, joining us with a $10 super chat. Thanks, Mom. Jim Edgar with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Jim, for supporting us at that level. Thank you, Jim Edgar, watching from Snoqualmie, Washington. Props to NASA and Boeing, and I'll tack on ULA. Go Starliner. Channel member Lucia with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lucia, who says, greetings from Polk County, Florida. Derek Coleman with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Derek. Chase DeSoto with a $5 super chat, as well as SG with $5 as well. Appreciate the both of you. Channel member Josh King with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Josh. And then follows up with another $5 super chat saying, congratulations to ULA and Boeing. Great launch. And go Starship tomorrow. Callistia Lee with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Callistia. And says, congrats, ULA, Boeing, and Starliner. Awesome to watch. And thank you all at Spaceflight Now for bringing us this amazing coverage as always. Appreciate Will and all for all you do. Jeffrey Bew with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Jeffrey, for supporting us at that level. Jeffrey says, Spaceflight Now, keep up the goodiest coverage. Like that word. You guys are definitely my go-to YouTube channel for space launch coverage. Well, we know there are choices out there, and we very much appreciate you choosing to fly Spaceflight Now. Mel Roberts Harold with a $10 super chat. with a snap salute emoji with American flag, saying sure enjoyed getting to listen to our Spaceflight Now broadcast. Thanks to Will and all the folks that make up Spaceflight Now. Thanks again to our mods for keeping the chat a nice place. Greg Ziltian with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Ariella Shines with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Ariella. Saying way to go, Mission Controls, and I think you meant SFN. Great work. And Amit Gupta with a $5 super chat as well. Thank you, Amit. And finally, let's go ahead and pull away from this for a moment and go to our mission stats now that we've got a good liftoff. This was the 110th flight from Space Launch Complex 41. Today's Atlas V launch marked the 43rd orbital flight from Florida in 2024. This was the 62nd orbital launch from U.S. soil this year, the 68th from a U.S. company in this year, and the 113th launch from around the globe. And with that, want to give a sincere thank you to our wonderful moderators in the live chat. Thanks to Stephanie B., Callistia Lee, and from last night, Astro Joe, Astro Jen, and Rusty Shackelford. Our thanks to our friend Pete Carstens for being out with us last night and back again early this morning to support this mission. And a good luck to our launch photographers, Adam Bernstein, Michael Kane, busily getting ready for Starship launch coverage from southern Texas later on tomorrow morning. Our thanks to our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young. Most importantly, thanks to you at home for taking part of your time to be with us for whatever part of the Starliner launch coverage you happen to be popping in for. Really appreciate all your support here at Spaceflight Now. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button, click the bell icon on your way out the digital door, and be sure to join us back here tomorrow morning for our live launch coverage of the 4th test flight of SpaceX's Starship rocket from southern Texas. We'll be joined by a number of friends, and the mission stream will be done in tandem with our friends Lab Padre down in South Texas. So very much looking forward to working with them again tomorrow and bringing you great, robust live launch coverage. So again, be sure to subscribe to Spaceflight Now. Hit the like button on the way out so folks can find this as a replay if they weren't able to be with us live. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. For all of us here at the Spaceflight Now family, I'm Will Robinson-Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. Tomorrow morning, Starship Flight 4. Until then, bye-bye.